Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I know, Roxanne. I've been thinking about that. Actually, sometimes have been actually putting it in a saucepan and heating it up. But just now I resorted to the past patterning. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. It is January 25th, 2026. Isn't it amazing? We're already almost done with the first month of the year. That's incredible. Zero point. Yes, Rainbow Dragon. That was the goal. Thank you. So I guess transfer is about to occur. They said Annette was going to be there today also. Let me just do this. I was gifted the pipe plug. So that's what we're smoking right now. The prayers of the people. Health and well-being. Love, honor, and respect. Kindness, caring, compassion. Nurturing. Unity and diversity. Being together without prejudice. Well, yeah, there's some stuff, I guess. Some serious, the transfer is occurring. They're talking about today. I don't know what that entails. Rainbow Dragon, you're talking about raw and raw fire. And they said that Annette was going to be here today, too. The Supreme Identity, Yeshua, Ra, Ray. Yes, thank you. We got some copycats here for sure that tried to kind of mess things up, but that's all being ironed out. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Rainbow Dragon. Oh, and thank you, Magical Mama. I appreciate you for being here. Hello, Phoenix from Phoenix. Hello. Thanks for being here, everybody. Reminder, if you call someone an effing scammer, I'm probably going to take that personally, and if I catch it, I'm probably going to block you. So try to keep it third person or something, because if I take it personally, I'm just going to block you. I like to keep it respectful if possible. Except for when I'm talking about those who try to steal my soul. I don't really care about that. So thank you for your service, Rainbow Dragon. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yay, Rainbow Dragon! Woo-hoo! Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I heard an unseen masculine. I was chopping wood with my father last summer. Man, we had we did a huge amount of wood. Freaking the next 5-7 years worth of wood we cut last summer. Anyway, I'm chopping wood, I'm hauling it, I'm stacking it, I'm doing all this stuff. And the next thing I hear a younger female say, manual labor? Or no, toil and labor? And yeah, so it was like, and then there was an unseen masculine who said that it was his job to bring them out of their comfort zone. So it's like he brought them to my wood chopping day, and I guess he had them hauling wood or something. I don't know, man. But anyway, Rainbow Dragon, you kind of sparked that memory in me. Fire! Hello from Las Vegas. I'm sorry you're feeling brokenhearted. It's difficult to heal our own heart. I think about the Japanese art when you drop a cup on the ground and it shatters into all these pieces, and they put it back together with that liquid gold. That's what I like to think of my personal repair work, making something more beautiful when I put it back together. Frozen in Northwest Indiana. I hear it gets real cold there. Alrighty. Holy Spirit, Divine Spirit, what's the message for the people? We got planetary, macro, general message for the current circumstance, for humanity, and the planetary system. Hello, Dorothy. Hello. All right. Alrighty then, here we go. In the central energy. Yeah! Chop of wood. Boom! That sledgehammer, it does get tiring, when you got like 15 cords of rounds you gotta split before. Well, you gotta kind of split them because the rounds are like huge, right? So you gotta kind of split them into fours with your sledgehammer and your little chopper wedge, and then you have to like put it through the actual splitter for the smaller pieces. It's a chore. Worth it though. Yeah. My dad broke his sledgehammer. I mean, literally, it just came right off. It just broke. Isn't that amazing, Angel of Authenticity, that they would criminalize homelessness? They would drive everybody into it and then criminalize it. Isn't that just incredible governing system? Almost seems intentional, doesn't it? All right, so we got a magician here. We got some kind of manifestation. You might be getting clarity about something that you're trying to manifest. In the challenge position, hello, hello. Ooh, we got love, Ace of Cups. We got love. Somebody's trying to manifest love. Somebody's challenged by love. Yeah, and you know what's weird, Angel of Authenticity, is that they're trying to take away people's privilege of having wood stoves in their home. At the same time, they're doing that kind of stuff. Isn't it wild? In the subconscious, ooh, we've got the Three of Swords. So we got a magician here. In the subconscious, they're thinking about this disconnect and they're challenged by love. Or is it divorce? You no longer love them? Hello, Daryl from Chicago, Illinois. Oh, because we got the Five of Swords. Abusive relationships. Hello. Nobody wants to be married to an abuser. It's like, cut you off, magician. Cut you off. Why? Because you've been using my love to do your dang magic and nobody freaking wants to do that. Don't be using my energetic signature for your damn magic. Yeah, trickery. Thieving from people. Isn't that weird? And that's what I don't like about it, is these magicians, they harvest other people's energetic signature and then use that energy to do malicious shit to somebody. And then deceitfully convict you or blame you for the crime. Isn't that wild? Reckless sex isn't worth it, man. Not when it comes to the value of your soul and what these a-holes want to do about it. We got the King of Swords here. So King of Swords knows the truth about the abusive relationships and about what they've been doing with these contracts and such. Ooh, I didn't use any of this. It's all going down. It's going down. Annette is here too. Annette. And I think that's Annette Raw. Isn't it Annette Raw? Yeah, the daughter. The daughter. Yeah, they do that. Angel of Authenticity. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. In the near future. Oh, Two of Cups. Thanks, Jessica. You know, I got a new cream. I splurged. So we got the Two of Cups here. Partnership, mutual attraction. King of Swords knows the truth about this betrayal, this trickery. And everybody getting set up as being a hoe bag by the little snake, little magician with their little wand, going out there plugging into all these wombs of power, working magic, framing everybody for doing crappy stuff. Yeah. In the lenses being looked through, we've got the sun energy. So there's a rebirth happening. There's some resets. Now, as I mentioned, there's a transfer about to occur. The adversary has some concerns about 60% of the population. I heard them complain that the mother was taking all of the animals and apparently either 60 or 40% of the population. They're leveling up. There was an argument between a middle-aged masculine and an old masculine who was trying to keep the gate. They were trying to keep this mother figure from gaining access to the territory. They've been doing this for centuries. They've been robbing the divine feminine of her reward, of her initiation, advancement, and additional authority. They've been robbing her of this authority and these responsibilities and the wealth for lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. They've been stripping her of her honor and then abusing her over and over and over again. And I'm not just talking regular abuse, I'm talking like torture. Well, Sophia has gone by many names, and it's time for her to stop being forced into this stagnancy. The mother has always been the nurturer, and you've got a bunch of freaking worshippers of war wanting to sex traffic the mothers all over the freaking world. And it's stupid that they would, well, they're not going to be allowed to continue that. The Most High God is here, and it's crazy what they've done with the reputation of the Father. Made in the image of. It's really wild. And I'm not stepping in at all in God's vengeance. I'm not petitioning for no one that doesn't deserve it. Absolutely not. God's vengeance is God's business. I'm just happy and grateful for my life. It was a struggle to keep it. So you got a rebirth. There is some kind of a transfer. Now, I don't know if this is a timeline. They've been talking about timeline convergence. So there's and if you Google it, it's more than just a passing of time. It's an actual merger of timelines, and it's going to be consolidated into one timeline that is beneficial for all. So on this one converged, braided timeline, some people will be remaining and others will fall away. And apparently there's going to be a lot of people falling away this winter because they were brutal and unkind and deceitful and purposefully trying to destroy the mother that was here to elevate and nurture them. And so they have forfeited the right to be elevated and nurtured by the mother. She doesn't have to serve them anymore. God said she had been too forgiving. Of course we're not gods, surely, but we do receive messaging from that space, and it moves through us. Source connected, intimate union. Betty White cheeks. Really. I heard something about Betty White. All right, so you got this rebirth here. The Lovers, the Two of Cups, you're having a new beginning in love. In the environment, though, we do have trickery and betrayal of this magician. These magicians, macro, micro, singular, plural, take it as it resonates. There's deception. Somebody wants to get away with something here. I'm not here trying to tell you the future, Wayne. I'm here telling you a story, and you can either, be entertained by it and take it kindly, or be rude, and we're not going to deal with that. So, hopes and fears. We got the Seven of Wands here. You're maintaining control. So somebody is there with trickery. They want to maintain control. They're afraid of you maintaining control, which you have all this while. You have not fallen into mindset of malice or vengeance or any of that. You know that that God has that particular function. What's the outcome, Spirit? What's the outcome? the outcome, please, Spirit? Woo! Knight of Swords. So, there's definite differences in the way that people think. Some people worship death. Apparently, they were warned about that. Some people want to produce and be part of life. They, so you live and then you die. So those people who want to live, they spend their time living. They're not really getting involved in the death thing. But there are people who actually do, and they feed the living to death because they have some kind of a weird contract or whatever. Anyway, we got somebody here trying to defend their beliefs. They're trying to think fast. We got the King of Pentacles here. The King of Pentacles here is in some kind of a disappointment because what? You're walking away. You're in your chariot and you're leaving. You're releasing these people who have been in competition for your life of luxury. This is your life. It's who you are. It's what is produced simply by you existing. And somebody wanted to come up and knock you out and then take this on as though it belongs to them. We got this here, Power of 3 or whatever, working down there in the dungeon or whatever, trying to create an opportunity for themselves, are in regret. They've failed, this devil. They have failed. You're getting a new beginning. You're getting a new beginning, and they're getting a painful ending. So, the Page of Pentacles is here. You've manifested a financial opportunity. You've developed some kind of a skill. There is celebration about a homecoming. So again, last night, they were saying that Annette is going to be there tomorrow also. There is a transfer on the schedule. They've been holding people back through this gate, forcing them back through a lower vibrational, lesser dense, like another 3D experience of malicious suffering. But the gatekeeper got exposed by trying to deny entry to this God-appointed representative and universal gatekeeper. They tried to deny this person access. And so God was listening the whole time. I think this person has probably been removed. And now we're moving forward with this transfer. Yeah, because this is how whoever this is has been managing this gate, some religious person or whatever, some fancy warlock, sorcerer. That's how they got their wealth. They've been taking it from people at the crossroads. This is a completion of your scarcity. Those people who had been coming, they want to come up and get a proposal here. They're being restricted by the High Priestess from new opportunities. Yeah, this is the completion of a cycle. The love of divine masculine is bringing a completion of the cycle to this passion project or whatever. And the Emperor is here with the Empress calling judgment. They're together. Oh, and the judgment is death to anybody's finances. So there's death to people's finances and their abundance. They're losing everything. And you've got a public recognition and victory here. No more destiny swapping. No more get-rich-quick schemes. No more Mr. Bad MFer holding back a feminine mother figure who has ran freaking circles around his low vibrational existence. And somehow some freaking sorcerer gave him the freaking privilege of operating some freaking gate to upper ascensional things that people have earned the right to. And you got this jackass, this puppet there holding very, very good people back. Why? Because they're commanding this upper dimensional space. They've got copycats and puppets there commanding the wealth of sacrificed roses and trump cards, the girls and the boys. And once the true prophets and oracles, the true connected divine beings enter into this space, all of the copycats are going to be seen. And so everybody's panicking. They're paranoid because they did everything they could to try to hold back this magistrate. And now she's entering in. And not only is she entering in, she's entering in with like a whole lot of folks and a whole lot of animals, a whole lot of people who had been framed for crimes, so and then deceitfully convicted and recycled through a path of stagnancy and suffering, so that these others could steal and harvest the authority, the covenants, and the energy. Yeah, exposure. So the emperor and the empress are there calling judgment. They were trying really hard to keep them apart. They wanted to get this emperor with a copycat female. And there were so many copycats out there wearing the energy and the face. And if you think about it, stars, your love, your amplified light, you sun, you're there giving new life to everything you're shining upon. And these people wanted to keep you trapped and then to dress up in your energy and spend your inheritance because they're not you and they can't generate like you. And they've been living as you in this upper dimensional space for centuries, these jackasses. And they feel that they can do whatever they want to these upper dimensional mother figures because they've been forcing them back into another cycle of suffering. And so they just treat them like shit. They know who every single one of them are. And they call them all prostitutes and they treat them all like it, even though these women have been kicking the shit out of them. They're more powerful. They're more dedicated to life. Whereas these other ones, they're dedicated to war and the destruction of it. I'm not talking about all you divine masculines, by the way, so please don't take that personally. I forget sometimes people don't know who I'm talking about. Yes, different galaxies. There's limitless numbers of universes out there. I mean, that's one thing the Bible wasn't kidding about when they said that there were many rooms in the Father's mansion or whatever. It's not just a mansion. It's a freaking limitless numbers of universes. And every universe has a gatekeeper. And, and every universe has planets. And every planet has a gatekeeper. So, but that's according to the universal gatekeeper. There's a lot of shifting going on, I guess. Yeah, the real ones are back on top, and that's what's got everybody paranoid because the real ones can see who the fake ones are, and so can everybody else. And so everybody's scrambling now because it will be very obvious once this transfer occurs, it will be very, very obvious who is real and who is not. They're really upset. So this magician has been living in the moment. They've been living on your energy. They've been living on your love. They've been using your love energy to manifest pleasure and, lazy life, lazy living. They're in the challenge position. We've got the Ace of Cups, a proposal, a marriage. They could be having trouble in their marriage. They've been using your love for trap. They're trying to trap your love. So they're challenged. They're being challenged by trapping your love, or maybe they have been trapped by your love. They used it to manifest, and now they're getting divorced out of your love, and they're no longer going to be able to use your love to manifest this easy, lazy life. They're getting divorced, so there's a divorce. They trapped you in a marriage. And they've been pulling off of your loving energy to manifest a lazy life. They're getting a divorce. Because they can't F up your head. They're in heartbreak because they can't F up your head. They can't get you in South Node. One thing I heard during the evening was this time around, she's not messed up over jealousy. She's not messed up with jealousy. So this time around, she's like, yeah, whatever, man. You don't want me. That's fine. Bye. She's choosing herself. She's not effed up over you. So now there's a divorce. She's like, bye. Bye, magician. It was theft. It was abusive. He was only there to use this trapped love, this marriage contract to abuse people using your energy. But you're not effed up over them. So there's a heartbreak. There's some kind of suffering because they can't get you in South. The reject. The abusive relationships are being rejected. These magicians who have been pulling off of the loving energy of divine feminines and then casting magic using their energetic signature and then blaming them as a terrorist, yeah, they're getting rejected. They're getting divorced. They cannot F up your head anymore. This lazy, good for nothing, P-O freaking S is seen very clearly by divine masculine. What they've been doing with these loving contracts and the loving people that they've trapped and conquered and used their energy to hurt people with and then frame them as a terrorist, as a person who did that. And it's not. What a piece of shit. So yeah, the King of Swords knows the truth about a love child. The King of Swords knows that you are a beloved child of the Most High Heavenly Father. Maybe he has mental clarity over a love child, a beloved child. Yeah, because these ones have been taking it out. Like the sooner they get them, the weaker they are when they go in, and the more loving and pure and innocent and yeah. So they like that because it's easy to obtain. It hasn't been molded into some kind of personality yet. So we've got the Two of Cups here. There is a proposal, some kind of a connection. You could be, so they've been calling somebody a direct descendant. So this King of Swords may know that you are a direct descendant of somebody and you had been trapped in some kind of a marriage with a magician who had been drawing off of your energy to do magic and have an easy, lazy life. But they couldn't F up your head. They couldn't get you institutionalized. They couldn't make you be seen as some freaking psycho. So we got a Two of Cups here in the near future. There could be some kind of a proposal for a divine feminine. Because this King of Swords knows that you're a beloved child, a direct descendant of a daughter of Eden. Rainbow covenant holder, a dignitary. The inheritance belongs to you. You've got a magician here that's been dressing up in your energy, claiming your inheritance. So we've got the sun here. All is well. There's a rebirth. Fantastic, beautiful energy. Married. All is well. We got married here. So there's a rebirth, marriage, Two of Cups, marriage connection for divine feminine. But then we've got this pregnancy, DNA, fake news. Somebody may have lied and said that that you were a different, somebody else's daughter. Somebody may have swapped identities with you a long time ago or in this life, whenever, take it as it resonates. Somebody might have swapped identities with you. The King of Swords knows that you are the beloved child. The Divine Feminine's getting a new Two of Cups. This magician had you trapped in some kind of weird contract. There's a divorce. They can't mess up your head. There's no pregnancy. You're not family. There was never a child. You're not somebody else's daughter. They tried to force somebody else's identity on you while they had you trapped in this contract. They had buried you under some shadowy freaking boulder or something. They had hid you away and then presented a copycat as you. You're getting married. There's a celebration here. You're getting married. They had lied about a pregnancy. They had lied. So this magician had you trapped. We've got the Seven of Swords here, getting away with something tricky. In the environment, betrayal, deception, false documents. We got pop the question, running. Those who said they were married. Betrayal and trickery, pop the question, running. It could be that this magician who had you bound in this contract while they were presenting somebody else as you, it could be that they're running this fraudulent whatever because you didn't fall, you didn't fail, you maintained control over your life. Somebody betrayed your marriage. We got ghosted. You maintained control. You're detached. And we've got this Knight of Swords here. Thinking fast. They're thinking fast. And we've got I miss you in the reverse. So they're thinking fast. They're like, oh no, you're ghosting them. You're like, you're protected. You're detached from those who ghosted you. Those who bound you in some freaking contract and then replaced you with a Jezebel are running. They were committing fraud in your life. You've got this Two of Cups here for Divine Feminine. You're married. You could be married already to somebody in spirit. This was fake news. There was no pregnancy. There was no nothing. It's like whoever this is that's with them, they may have had a kid because I heard the adversary saying that she had a kid. So she may have gotten with your person or whoever it was that proposed and got a contract with you, this magician. She may have actually had a kid, but it wasn't your kid. So her bad mothering skills and all of this shit that they were trying to pin on you, it was not your kid. They tried to frame you as being a bad mother, but you were trapped. While they were living a life of luxury on your energy, on your love energy. Isn't that something? But they couldn't mess up your head. I mean, they tried. They tried to get you seen as though you were insane, and you managed yourself well under great adversity, and they lost out. They could be spying on you from secret accounts. They want to play mind games. They want to be deceptive. They want to backstab you. They want to play with your reputation and have somebody else reject you. They could be getting readings on you. under pressure, having anxiety. Time is running out. Today, Annette is supposed to be showing up today, and there's a transfer that they pushed through. This divine feminine, or this not divine feminine, she's upset that this divine feminine is pushing through. She's getting through. She's moving through. She has earned her reward. She has earned her ascension. She has earned her additional duties and responsibilities. She is qualified. And you've got this nasty Jack wanting to hold her back and keep her there for these rapists and these molesters. So the copycat is here under pressure, getting readings on you. They still want to take your place, divine feminine. They want you to get married to a thug. Or maybe they are married to a thug. Sex addiction. Those who are sex addicted, they're drinking to cope because you're closing the cycle of them harvesting the energy out of the apple, out of the tree of life that belongs to God, the sons and the stars, the daughters and the sons that carry the essence of the sun in them. This is the end of these vampiric entities feeding on you. They're ashamed. They've been found guilty. They're embarrassed. You're getting your wish for romance. You get your wish for romance. Divine feminine and divine masculine are coming together, and you're saying goodbye to those this jackass who left you hanging. They didn't want you. They didn't want to be with you. They just wanted to suck the frickin' life force out of you like a damn spider. They just wanted to feed on you. Isn't it nice? And this is the end of them tapping into your spiritual gifts, using your spiritual gifts to hurt you, to bind you, and to hurt others that you love. This is the end. They've got some real bad credit. They've been doing a lot of love spells on people, taking their wealth, and they have a lot of debt. They're being arrested. They've stolen a lot of energy and a lot of wealth from people with these false contract traps, these no strings. They'd get you into a contract, and then there would be a no strings bye after and then once they got the hook in, they could draw off of it anytime they wanted to with their stupid little magic tricks. So there's criminal paternity tests. There could be some legal things going on, these workplace affairs with divine masculine. Somebody may be trying to take divine masculine to court over a pregnancy, but it's fake news. So the son is able to get married to his divine feminine. But there could be a workplace affair that's got you in the court system trying to sue you for paternity, and it's fake news. There's like the DNA, it's fake news. It's not your kid or whatever. We got a lot of entrapment here in divine masculine. They've been side hustling divine masculine's freaking energy by bumping heads. Happily single. Hey, your soul value is now mine, thanks. And then in the spiritual system, they're out there spending all of your spiritual inheritance while leaving you here with nothing because you had a reckless sex affair, whatever. Now they're losing sleep because they're stuck with these karmic ties. You are free of these karmic ties, and they're losing sleep. They can't trap you. They weren't able to trap you. You're fed up with reckless sex. You don't want to have anything to do with it. It's like, it's just a whatever, man. So they got bad news. Bad news is that they loved to hate family. They loved you, but they hated family. They just loved your energy. So they're feeling some way, or maybe somebody feels one way about you. Your faith, your meditation, your prayer. You're going on a new path connected to source. They heard your prayers. They feel a way about you. Somebody loves you. They've heard your prayers. They've seen your healing, your dedication. You've learned your karmic lesson. You're no longer triggered by jealousy. If somebody chooses to go down a different path, if they feel they need a different lesson, then you're like, okay, go have it. So you've learned your karmic lesson, and they're feeling like shit because you're turning your back. You're rejecting them because of this trickery. Divine Feminine is turning their back. They've been using her love energy. They've been trapping her love energy and using her love energy to manifest a lazy life of luxury for themselves and their girlfriend or whatever by trapping people in marriages. It's trickery. They trap you in a marriage, and then they ghost you. But you've maintained control in this challenge, and maybe now you are detached from that. They're running. They were hoping that they could pop the question, but they're running now. They're in heartbreak because they're in a fire. Jezebel is in a firestorm of karma. And a crazy psycho won't let go. Well, this masculine is having massive regrets of being so arrogant, so cruel, because now all that cruelty is coming back on them. And it's sad because it's very cruel. It was very cruel what they were doing. And yeah, when it comes back on them, it's cruel, man. It hurt really bad. A lot of people didn't make it. It's that bad. And when the karma comes back, yeah, man, it's that bad. A lot of people didn't survive. And it was intended that way. It was truly wicked. So those sweet talkers are being blocked from those illuminated people that have shown up truthfully, that are identifiable. Their light is shining brightly. They speak the truth. They're source connected. And this is shocking news for those who have been mirroring you. And it's too late for the mask wearer, the shady mask wearer. Their true colors have been seen during this cycle of round and round life or birth and death, birth and death. Their true colors have been witnessed and recorded and seen. It's irrefutable. Lifetime after lifetime has been recorded. Regarding this spiritual guru leading everybody down a path of incoherence with this triangular third-party enemy harvest system. They've been targeting spiritual people, and they're not spiritual. So they're undergoing a spiritual death, and they're in a downward spiral because they never did the work to actually get their light turned on. They were fake busy, casting illusions and secretly tricking people, tricking the queen bees, those beautiful, powerful empress figures, to gain a contract and then trap them and use this powerful energy to fuel their toxic lifestyle. They used your energy of love, self-love. That's where it's at. They trapped you in some kind of a weird contract or relationship, and then they used that energy in the history, your energy of self-love, to generate magician's life of laziness or whatever. So there's a separation. They're being separated from the twin flames, and they're not happy. They're spying from secret accounts. They could be spying right now. I suppose that would be expected. That would be expected. I really like these cards. I think it's the linen. They use linen, which is unusual. It's the only deck I've ever seen that actually used a linen stock. Makes a sound. Yeah, doggy got his nails trimmed, so he's not clicking so badly these days. Poor little guy. Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday, everybody. It is Sunday, and I was so glad when I woke up. I was questioning it. I'm like, am I supposed to go to work? And I kept looking at the clock. I'm like, no, I think it's Sunday. So yeah, it's Sunday. I have no idea what happened to time, but I really thought maybe I needed to go to work, but I was really relieved to find out that no, that's not the case. The Netherlands. Hello, Cynthia from the Netherlands. I've seen pictures of the Netherlands. It's beautiful over there. There's so much beautiful land in the world, isn't there? Snowstorm. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope it's beautiful and I hope you're warm. New Brunswick, Canada. Hello. Canada's beautiful too. Den Helder, I live. Thank you, Jacqueline. All right, so we got a magician here who has been living in the moment. Woo-hoo-hoo. He's been doing a magic trick to get himself a life of luxury, trapping divine feminines in marriage contracts. He's challenged by it right now. So the magician is living in the moment. And we got a whole bunch of cards that just came out here. So there's a distant twin flame, fueling your spiritual journey and inner growth. A solo venture reveals hidden truths and personal growth. So this magician has been living in the freaking moment. They took a gamble with you. They took a gamble with you. And, you know, now the walls are closing in. You're a beloved child of the Most High God. The divine masculine knows the truth of it. He's got his sword there. He knows the truth. He's got some kind of authority here. So this magician had trapped your love in a marriage contract, and they were pulling off of your energy, your powerful energy. This empress's energy, who is now with the emperor calling judgment on this magician. Micro, macro, singular, plural. Please do with it as you need, as well as the genders. It's just a story. Hello, everybody. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. So we got the Ace of Cups here. Somebody had trapped your love into a contract, or they are being challenged by getting your love into a trap. They missed the freaking deadline. They're challenged by, they were trying to trap your love into a marriage contract and they missed the deadline. This magician who had been living in the moment on sacrificed energy. You have a twin flame that is distant, fueling your spiritual journey. And this magician, they could have been a twin flame of a previous cycle that took a gamble with your energy, and now the walls are closing in on them. Like there's bars going up. There's bars going up. It's like they're challenged by trying to trap your love, and there's bars between you now, and there's getting cut off because they can't mess up your head. They can't mess up your head. They can't make you seem like a Looney Tunes. source just left your page. Really? Well, I know somebody had their feelings hurt, complained about me ignoring them or something. Isn't that weird? I'm here telling a story and somebody's in the chat getting mad that I'm not paying attention to them. And then they're calling themselves source? Isn't that odd? I don't think so. Shredder. Shredder. Okay, Marilyn, are you serious? What do you guys got going on? So somebody's heartbroken because they're not able to F up your mind, and this relationship or this contract is in the shredder. There is no contract. They cannot hold you. They cannot trap you. They wanted to trap you. They missed the deadline. They cannot trap you. So they're in the shredder. This whole thing with them is in the shredder. It's all over now. Because they were stealing from you your energy, doing bad things with it, and then blaming you for doing it. So they're getting rejected here. Sneaky bully getting rejected by twin flames. You've learned your karmic lesson. You know what it is now. King of Swords knows the absolute truth on who is the beloved child or children of the Most High Father. So the King of Swords knows who the love child is. Escape. So they've been rejected by the twin flames, those who have been creating so much conflict in the world, and they're crushed by the burdens of reality. They want to vanish. King of Swords knows who the true divine are, the true divine stars and suns, the true divine twin flame. This King of Swords knows who his twin flame is, who his divine feminine is, who is the actual daughter divine. You got a Jezebel copycat out here. What, a dead woman? One of them low vibrational women who have to siphon energy in order to be alive or whatever. Anyway, so the King of Swords knows that you are a beloved child of the divine. You're escaping, or there is some heavy burdens. This reality is a heavy burden for those who were in competition with their contracted love partner. Isn't that wild? These men and women were marrying their enemy in order to, and having sex with them in order to destroy them and their opportunity for a family tree, to absorb their generational wealth. That's all they were there for. Isn't that wild? Freaking interdimensional, whore hopping or whatever. I don't know. Freaking wackos. They wanted a specific type of person here, and God said, you know what? That's enough. Enough is a freaking enough, man. Isn't that wild? You're welcome, Omega. Thank you. So what they've been doing, so there's a Two of Cups here. You're going to get a marriage connection, divine feminine. We've got a small offering and Sisyphus pushing love up the hill. It could be that you're getting a new connection because somebody made a small offering and forced you to push that love up the hill all on your own, endlessly pushing, endlessly pushing. So these ones, they may say that you are not qualified. You know, you've been recycled through the system lifetime after lifetime, and they've been working very diligently to defile and degrade you. You know, you started out as this beautiful royal divine being, and they kept doing these twists, these genetic little twists, and and then doing these little weird psychic surgeries and manipulations of the consciousness, and they've been really trying to degrade and defile your presence here. But you are a beloved child of the Most High. Your light shines. Obviously, you're not a freaking shadow dweller. And if you are in the shadows, you're bling, bling, blinging. And that's probably what got you seen in the damn first place and resurrected and led into an ascension. And now you got all these nasty jacks, these copycats who stole positions of gatekeeper and other positions of authority by stealing it from others at the gate. These others who actually earned an ascension and a greater authority, a greater responsibility, they've been taking those increases from the people and then forcing them back through another life of suffering and stagnancy. It's a real bad thing. It's obvious who you are. And they didn't want you up there in this realm because they got a lot of copycats there. That's a business, this trafficking, this recycling, this forcing, this driving. You know, they have a business, and this woman surviving and not being all effed up in the head over this magician kind of threw a kink into their profit system, and now they're mad. They're mad because the entirety of the cruelty that they knew for sure was going to destroy this woman forever failed. So now all of it has to go be done to them, and it's bad. But vengeance is God's. I'm not stepping in the middle of that. Oh no, I'm just very happy that He has given me my mind back and my life. I'm grateful. So you're getting a new marriage. You could be married. It was this pregnancy. It was a fake news kind of a thing. Somebody was trying to trap you by saying that you had a child. It was fake news. It wasn't you. It was the copycat. The copycat had the child. The copycat screwed up as a mother or a father, not you. They were trying to frame you as an irresponsible mother or father, but it wasn't you. It was your duplicate. And so they're going to prison because they're not you. Those people who were pretending to be you, those people who tried to, have a child and then trap this guy by saying that it was you and they owed them all of this wealth or whatever. Well, they're a copycat. They're a fraud. They're not even supposed to be in the territory. So they're going to prison for this trickery, for this fraud of popping the question to people and binding them in these contracts, using marriage contracts as traps. So now they and their Jezebel are running. They're running from God because God is putting them in prison. And it could be that you were in prison. They have called you a prisoner of war, and they've been trapped. They kept your love trapped, and they were forcing you to serve them. When you were simply here to share the wealth, they decided to make you a slave. They didn't want your gift. They wanted to force it out of you on their own. They didn't want your allotment. They didn't want you to say, okay, well, this is what you're doing and this is how much you're going to get. They didn't think it was enough. They wanted more. And so they said, well, screw you, bank keeper. Screw you, head financial person. We're going to just take you out and take it all. And then what? We got a whole planet full of people that don't have enough. A whole lot of people that are homeless. And then what do these thieves do? They go ahead and make homelessness a crime, and then they round everybody up, and then they disappear, and who knows what happens to them? I don't. It's a system. It's a harvest system. And they had these upper dimensional spaces locked down with these puppets as gatekeepers. So now they're running. They're running. We've got a breakthrough. And an ultimatum. So, all right. So these people who were betraying their marriage contract, their wedding vows, and then replacing them, sacrificing them, and replacing them with a copycat, a Jezebel, a junkie, whatever, and then putting them in this trap while siphoning their wealth, they're running now because you broke through, and they're getting an ultimatum now. God is delivering an ultimatum. Because you're maintaining control through the challenge, this competition that you didn't know you were in. You were just there to share your love, and these asshats decided that it was war, and you're like, why the hell does love hurt so damn bad? Well, because the person that you're entangled with isn't in love. They don't have any love in them. They just want to fight and siphon and cause suffering for their supply because they're mad that the supply is the supply. They're mad that they can't be their own supply. They're mad that they need you. When all they want to do is freaking bury you in the deepest pit of hell and stomp on your head. They hate the fact that they need you. And they're running. They're getting an ultimatum. You broke through. You were released and emancipated from this trap. You were claimed by the Most High. You've got a protector and a new family here that is not playing about your energy, your gifts, or the solutions that can be provided with them for the whole community. This isn't a game. But you got a magician out here who likes to play with things, That's true, Sun Ra. It's really difficult. And what they like to do is they like to run anger or rage. They like to push your buttons. They like to flip your triggers. They want you to remember the emotional pain of betrayal, of infidelity, of some crime against your soul. And then they want you to relive that pain, that emotional trauma. And they want you to be angry about it. See, and they do this kind of things, this technology, this Wi-Fi, Microsoft, freaking whatever system that they use to drive, to upload, download, like Hulu, like that Voodoo Hulu, YouTube, the streaming stuff. They do. We're the transmitter receiver of the divine. They can download, upload, stream anything through our transmitter receiver, and if they can trigger our wounds, if we haven't healed, then we'll wrap that thought up with our emotions, and then it can explode into some big thing. These ones are upset because this divine feminine isn't being triggered by jealousy this time. They thought that if they could, create the illusion that her person, her twin flame, is a gigolo, that it would destroy her heart and she would be, south node, whatever. But you maintained control of yourself. They wanted you to, what do we got here? Okay, so you maintained control of yourself. You persevered. You've got your protection here, and we've got this off-on, hot, cold, detached, ghosted business. So you could have detached yourself, or maybe you maintained yourself through this hot, cold, off-on. This pulling your emotions and your mental body back and forth while hurting you at the same time, trying to keep you raw, open, wounded. This is a false flame. You've got your guard up to them. They're not being allowed in. So this is an unexpected event. Whoever this is wearing a mask, dressing up in your energy, pretending to be somebody they're not, this gatekeeper that's been rejecting or harvesting people at the gate of their ascension rewards and increased responsibilities. They've been forcing them back through a stagnancy cycle while reaping the rewards of their suffering and graduation through that suffering by managing themselves well. We've got these illusionists, these magicians, they're ready to unalive somebody to dress up in the energy and then pretend that they were that person. So there's an unexpected event for Nasty Jack and, Rotten Betty Sue or whatever right now. They're having an ultimatum delivered to them because you broke through divine feminine. You are an obvious loving child of the divine heavenly Father. So we've got rising tensions, relentless opposition. You're not giving up. This is your life. And they looked at you because you're a female. They look at you as like you're weak. And it's like, dude, you can't even handle the cramp simulator. And you think that, a woman who brings forth life, who grows bones inside of her own body and then pushes out a tiny life form that she created inside of herself. They think that this person who tears their body to bring forth life is weak. It's wild to me. They want to go out there on your energy and pretend that they're powerful and mighty. They're being condemned. It's a false flame that just wanted to harvest your magnificent energy, call you a prostitute your energy so that they could frame you as being that, and then go out there and have a good time with their actual prostitute on your energy. They thought it was a real great way to get along. So now we've got this Knight of Swords. They're trying to defend their beliefs regarding this, but you don't miss them at all. It's like, just get away, man. Freaking foul. Nasty. Anubis. It's time, because they were robbing graves, man. They were actually, effing around with the dead, and that's just crap. Yeah, Marilyn, and it is so hard when they force that rage through you. I mean, I was like, one time I was raging because they were pushing this soap opera through me, right? Anger, anger, anger. And I was rolling with it because sometimes it feels real good just to rage, when you're in your house and nobody's listening, to just do that. Well, the problem is that the soap opera or the movie lasted like 3 days, and I was playing my part in it. And then the next thing, I'm standing in my kitchen, and my whole crown like opened up, and I heard, "You're degrading yourself." And I freaking just hung my head and started to cry because I had to learn how to be in the rage without actually raging. I had to learn how to be still within the chaos. I had to learn how to become the eye of the storm. It's so freaking hard. And especially when you don't know what you're doing or how to do it, you're just kind of winging it. You know, you're just kind of going about it like, whoa, you're trying this and trying that, and if it works or helps, and you do it again, and that's it. Yes, absolutely, mama. The problem is that these masculines don't seem to be able to manage themselves well in the presence of a powerful divine feminine who is resting in her sovereign authority. They can't stand it. They want her to be subservient, and that's just not the way that it is. The woman thinks differently, and her thoughts and her ways are important and crucial to the whole. This masculine whack job out here trying to do things all on his own, he's a freaking flat tire, man. He's thumping down the road thinking he's whole, and he's not, because he doesn't lack the inner character or moral value or even the personal integrity to manage himself well in the presence of a powerful woman, a provider of a powerful love energy that he needs in order to create. And so, because he can't manage himself well, he traps her there, curses her there, and then forces her to serve him with her energy. He isn't an equal, he's a scam artist, a villain. So somebody's trying to defend their beliefs, but you don't miss them. It's like, you know what? I don't even miss you, dude. I don't want to hear a damn word you say. It's like, it doesn't matter anyway. Nobody needs an apology. Nobody needs to hear an explanation. This has been going on for thousands of years. Everybody's intention and choice has been made absolutely, irrefutably evident. Words aren't going to change that at this final stage of the game. Lifetimes have gone by with purposeful defilement and intentional, serious brutality and torture before dying. These guys chose it. So somebody, this Knight of Swords, they're action oriented, driven to succeed. They want to come in and defend their beliefs of what they've done to this contract and what they've done to you. But you don't miss them at all. You're a powerful, independent woman. You're committed to your own damn self. You're committed to your independence. They wanted you to be alone. They wanted you to be left alone. They're complaining about you being in your masculine energy. They're complaining about you succeeding without their help. They thought you were weak. They wanted you here, pining after it. But you chose commitment to yourself. You put on that damn hard hat. You got a little tiny light right there, and you made your way out of the damn dark all on your own, while he and his little hoe bag and any other Jezebel, gigolo, butt cornholio that they were having intimate relations with piled onto you, trying to keep you and your love trapped here. You freaking put on that little hard hat, and you freaking crawled up out of that dark, and they missed their deadline. You got right up out of that trap. You committed to yourself. You do not miss this thing. This entity calling itself a man abandoned you, went out and behaved like a whore in your energy, tried to frame you as being a loosey-goosey prostitute, terrorist, doing magic on everybody. It's like, dude, get the F out. I got my freaking hard hat right here. I'm going to thump you in your freaking forehead with it. Get away from me. You're the gift. And now you feel skeptical of happy endings because they've been stealing your honor lifetime after lifetime. It could take a little while before you agree to contract with anybody. because they abandoned you. And now you're abandoning Casanova. F off, freaking Casanova, and all your skanky little hoe bags too. Go away. Guidance from above. Danger is approaching. Casanova, because he was consuming you rather than building with you. He was defiling, degrading, and destroying you rather than constructing and creating and growing with you. Happy little, yeah, so you're getting a new beginning. You're getting a new beginning because this little jackwagon that you had partnered with prior just was chasing petty games, mimicking your value. But you had hidden riches. God had placed within you hidden riches, revealing them only to the worthy. Reserved power, using it strategically when needed. Your power lies in patience. And that's the one thing that God ever, and he never even asked it of me. It was more like a reminder when I was trying to push too hard on my chakra system to get it freaking amped and freaking vibrating and spinning. I wanted that power. I heard patience, patience, patience. I'm like, damn it, I just want to do it, right? So anyway, I had to stop and wait, because the divine had to remove some blockages and do some special stuff that I wasn't able to do. So it's reserved power, using it strategically when it's needed. Your power lies in patience, right? We are patient as God, as the Mother, Father, Creator, aligns us, brings us into, prepares us for the gift and the role and the responsibility that they intend for us. So we have to be patient while we are being molded into somebody who can manage and handle themselves and environments in challenging circumstances. You got magicians out there faking it to make it, just being a little lustful hoe bag, effing the whole world over, stealing from everybody, holding them up at the crossroads, taking their ascension, wealth, and reward, and then forcing them back into a seriously torturous death scenario, and then followed by a molestation and a repugnant another life cycle. You have hidden power here. And these little a-holes that thought that they had figured you out, they thought they were going to chase quick gains by selling your love energy. Now they're overloaded by it. You could have been saving your energy. This hidden power. All they saw was freaking dollar signs. And they've been watching you as you bended without breaking, as you yielded to the assault and then bounced back. Now we've got those who were seeking sudden wealth, crying out for help, because guess what? You were God's secret weapon. You were the one that was here to teach people about self-discipline. They decided to put you into life cycle after life cycle of torture, birthing you into narcissistic families who were incestual, or who were in and out of prison, or who were alcoholics and drug addicts. They wanted you to drown in the filth. You were so high above them, and you kept outdoing them lifetime after lifetime. So they gave you a brutal death, and then followed by a life of loneliness, hexing, cursing, cut off from everybody and everything, while somebody else wears your identity. Is so freaking wild, these magicians and their little storylines that they had going on. Well, you were God's secret weapon. They didn't know that you were the virus within the virus or whatever, right? You chose long-term discipline rather than short-term goals. These ones were selling your energy for petty gains. So they didn't want to build or construct anything. They just wanted to party and F everything. But you buckled down, suffered through it, and then added value to your soul and came up shining. And now you're reaching out first because Nasty Jack is out there with Pizza Girl trying to get himself some money by drawing off that pure womb of power. They're being warned. They're caught intentions. This little catfish copycat is about ready to strangle Nasty Jack. because they were telling lies about the gift. And it was an unexpected surprise. You were the gift. And now all of these things, this trump card, this hidden power, it's now being activated in you. And they're distracted by it. These third-party enemies trying to screw up your contract. Yeah, now they're distracted by it. They were getting contracts and worshiping money. Now they're being crushed. They're being rejected. Whatever dimension or timeline or whatever this AI system is holding together, connected, it seems to me like it's coming undone. There's a convergence of timelines. So there's going to be a lot of things that aren't going to fit in this new timeline that are going to be falling away. It could get crazy. Because we've got teddy bear man who's just sleeping here, effing everything, stealing money, doing magic tricks, thinking himself, oh, totally Mr. Cool Cat, whatever. They made an unfair assessment of you. They underestimated you. They thought you were a dime a dozen. But now there's a celebration for you across the distances. Your twin flame is here. You had been in parallel dimensions, trying to become or come into that alignment that the Creator was bringing you into. This suffering, this withstanding, this personal inner fortitude, this resilience, this mastering self, this emotional body, this mental body, all of this stuff, it was necessary for you to be able to stand firm on your feet in the middle of serious disruption or attempt, because you had to prove that you were able to stand firm in the face of serious attack, so that your person, your match, can rely upon your strength in moments like that, right? So there's a celebration. They're here to get you. You graduated up out of this, miles and miles away. Those people who were coming against you and your family, they're trapped. There's no exit for them. They're going down. They need a lifesaver. Your channel is being promoted, which could be your crown. So you're getting more and more intuitive messages. Once this transfer occurs and you go into this upper dimensional space, your crown is activated. You're gonna be like, hey, that's a copycat. Hey, that's a copycat. Yeah, this one's lying. Yeah, this one's been crossing over, doing all these sacrifices. You're gonna be able to see who is who, and they're so mad. That's why they've been denying you at the crossroads. That's why they've been harvesting your identity and not allowing you entry, because they know that if you were to get into this space, you could see what it is that they've been doing, and they would all be busted and they would all be punished. And that's exactly what's going to happen. That's what the Divine Mother stated. Your survival is going to be their malfunction. And they are drinking themselves. They're drinking themselves to numb themselves, because they were manipulating the true divine feminine, and they were puppeting off of her. They were exploiting her family, feeding on them, and comparing wallets. They wanted to absorb the wealth that you were creating, because all they are is a magician, an illusion caster. They can't actually buckle down and do any work, because they're a lazy mofo, good for nothing. And the ideas that they're getting for this magic don't even belong to them. They're tapped into something that's already, it's not theirs. They joined up or contracted with or stole intellectual property from someone else. So you're addressing these problems, these issues, to the root causes of the failure of these marriages and the family trees. You're going to get a new family tree. They will not be able to step on your destiny. This is an oath. You are the rose. You're an innocent one. You've got these beautiful, pure roses here. So like you're giving them out. You're like, hey, so it's like if somebody was deceitfully convicted of a crime or whatever, like your purity is able to cover them, to protect them. So you're like passing out all these bouquets to people who were deceitfully convicted, or people who were like, whatever, you're like, this is your family. and this is your destiny. And they are saying that she is transferring everybody. Now, these ones who've been gatekeeping this upper dimensional ascension, this place of ascension, they've been hoarding everyone's wealth. They themselves have not earned or graduated through the initiations necessary in order to gain these gifts and this position here. But they kind of broke in because they used relationship as a weapon of war, and then they were like burying everybody else out of that cycle into a suffering state and then taking over that realm. Well, now it seems that this emperor and this empress, these twin flames, are taking control over that space, and they have stated that this land belongs to the people. God said that the land was going back to the original people, those before genetic modification and this stupid twisting and tweaking of soul value and spirit. Yeah. So they're not going to be stepping on your new family tree. They're not going to be able to curse your land or your business or your destiny. You're here dedicated to providing a safe space for people, to be the empress, to cover them with your love. And it's too late. This is bad news. It's too late. It's irreversible. They cannot take back what they've done here. So the thing about this is, there's the Hopi prophecy, right? Where you're going to get the rainbow tribe coming together, right? It's the original people. It's all the original people. And there's a variety of them. Some are good, some are bad, within all factions of any community, I suppose. Omega, I bought a copper, armband, but I think it's for a man because it's so big. It comes all the way up to here. I don't know what to do with it. It does stain, Sun Ra. I have a Cherokee sister friend who suggested that you paint it on the inside every once in a while with that clear fingernail polish, and then it helps. It apparently it stops that. And she wears it all the time in the shower and everywhere. She doesn't ever take it off. Apparently it works. We haven't used these cards in a while. Hello, everybody. Oh, Omega. Huh. Some people talk about copper water vessels. Midnight Gremlins. The midnight freaking energy harvesters. They come in to your sleeping chambers. Now, I've heard these adversaries say that if a woman is single, living alone, they think of us that they can do whatever they want. So the midnight gremlins come into your sleeping chambers if you're a single woman, and they will harvest your energy. They will give you an asexual dream, a dream lover, they'll a masturbation dream, or they'll just freaking pull it off of you. I know this because they've done it to me. They did it for a long, long time. So you got a distant twin flame fueling your spiritual journey. These ones took a gamble with your energy, and now the walls are closing in because you're removing walls that are built by cultural differences. There seems to be a unity happening. This person, this Empress, has been called the unifier. So we've got the walls are closing in on the midnight gremlins. They're challenged by trapping you in a marriage contract, an Ace of Cups marriage contract. They've missed the deadline. They've missed the deadline. They're getting burned by God. There is some kind of, their whole family missed the deadline. They were talking about a failed experiment, God was. So it could very well be that there's some kind of a genetic modification thing that needs to be recycled. This is that purification by fire, I think. The sun is here. They missed the deadline. They didn't get their sacrifice. They're not protected. They're getting cut off because you were able to manage yourself well while under their mental insanity attack. And so this is in the shredder. This contract, this connection, their life, everything's going in the shredder. Hunger. They're not going to be feeding on you. This connection is in the shredder because you're not effed up over them. You're 86ing them out of your life. It's like, so long, sayonara. This is the end of your life of luxury. That's what the mother stated. She said they lost their dream come true when they came for you. They tried to F up your whole entire eternity. And God said, what the F are you doing there, Magic Joe? You're not going to be feeding on this daughter of mine. You and your stupid family there. You missed the deadline. So, yeah, God said that they were not going to find what they wanted. They wanted a particular Sagittarius, a young Sagittarius woman. Virginal qualities. Powerful light. I guess their boss or whoever it is that needed this energy is also a Sagittarius. It has to be zodiac alignment so that they can present themselves to your Star Nation zodiac soul tribe as you. So we've got competition. They wanted to compete with you, but it wasn't a competition, man. It was betrayal. It was betrayal. It was premeditated red rum and thievery. It was destruction and worshipping of death and suffering, while they extracted out the light, the flame of you. So now they're getting rejected. They're getting rejected because you are identifiable and you are seen Look, we got fertility here, and I think I pulled that out. So yeah, we got fertility. Now let me grab this fertility. Please come say, how do? So those who were stealing your energy and using your energy to terrorize your family are being rejected. They were wearing your face and trying to frame you as being unworthy, and they've been getting you rejected out of this space and place. Your Star Nation family has been rejecting you for centuries because your copycat has been up there effing around, being a shitheel. It could be every time that you get an opportunity, you get replaced with a copycat, and they continue in this bullshit. So that forces you back into this cycle or whatever. But the lid is being blown off of everything. We've got fertility here. The energy is coming to you. Stay open to new ideas. So they're rejected by the twin flames. The fertility energy, the womb of power, belongs to these two. Micro, macro, singular couple or multiple couples. Hey, that's my song. Marilyn. When I was like 7, I think, maybe. That's when I fell in love with Boots and that song. And I had a job, and there was a guy that actually sang that to me one time because I was always wearing boots. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. Happens. Boots. I love boots. Boots are the best, especially when they're leather. Book. All right, so the King of Wands knows the truth about this magician pulling off of your love energy in this contract trap. This family has been pulling off of your love and off of your spiritual inheritance, and they have been terrorizing your upper dimensional Star Nation family, wearing your mask, your energy as you. They've missed the deadline. They're not going to find their sacrifice. So the King of Swords knows the truth. You are a beloved daughter or son of the Most High God. You have escaped this stupid, abusive contract. These nasties are crushed by the burdens of reality, seeking solace in the thoughts of vanishing. We've got book in the reverse. It could be that they were doing South Node magic, the dark magic, black magic. You'll see him if you look. Books are portals that can take us to other worlds and let us inhabit the consciousness of the characters found in their pages. But does the door open both ways? What or whom might we let in? Made manifest, a bad idea cannot be destroyed or denied. It will pop up again, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. So whatever they called up in this book, this phantom or whatever, it could be that it no longer is working with them. It could be that it is backfired on them, that it's attacking them now, that it's not attacking you. It could be that you have escaped whatever this phantom is. And that's proof to this King of Swords that you're a beloved child of the divine. Somebody is crushed by the burden of this reality. You're not a boogeyman. You're not a demon. You're not working with demons. You're a beloved child of God. You don't play with magic books. You don't call up the boogeyman. So we've got the Two of Cups here. So there's a unified love partnership, mutual attraction for divine feminine. There could be a marriage connection, a small offering, and Sisyphus. So you were endlessly pushing the boulder up the hill. This love, you were constantly pushing. So they had trapped your love, and you were constantly pushing the love up the hill, trying to get it up the mountain, trying to get it to God, trying to lead everybody back to God. This little jackass gave you next to nothing and took all of your gifts and then tried to keep you down. They wanted you down, and they put all of this load of this damn family on you, and you were trying to get them all up there, but they wanted you in hell. So that's where God is sending them. Because they missed the deadline to sacrifice you, to unalive you. So they're getting burned. They're getting taken out. Look, and they're in a skull. This dead man missed the deadline to trap your love and light and life. So their whole family is going up in flames. They didn't get their sacrifice. There could be somebody making a small offering here, or something's happening. Grief. Okay, so that entity or whatever, these entities, multiple, plural, it's been a lot of lifetimes. Okay, where these nasty jacks have been playing with you, they've been playing with you. Lifetime after lifetime. From you didn't know who they were lifetime after lifetime, but they knew you. You had a number and everything. All they had to do is follow your freaking number and then trap you again. Come in and feed on you. These pet cemetery people, they don't have any life in them. They've been feeding on those that they can trap into these contracts. They're in grief now. Those people who had gave you next to nothing and told you you were nothing, well, they took your everything, your love and all your gifts, and then they hurt you with them and tried to make you fail when all you were doing was trying to push every freaking buddy in this stupid family up the damn mountain, and they wanted you to burn in hell. They're in grief. They left you there to do the work all on your own. And guess what? You made it. You made it. You made it. You survived. You made it. You're identifiable, and you're getting a new contract. And these people are not going to be feeding on you, and they're going in the freaking shredder. They can't feed on you anymore. They can't use your energy to F up anybody that you love anymore. It's done. You get a new marriage, a new life, a new contract. And those people who were lying about being your family, about pregnancy, about this fake freaking news, whatever, this DNA, I don't know what they were doing. They're going to prison. They might have lied about you doing something with the pregnancy in order to get you in prison. Whatever, they're going in prison. They're in grief. Because they left you there trying to push this love up the hill while they kept doing nothing except trying to sabotage you and make you fail. Earth. This is about Earth. See that vampire there? He's got his hand on her head. And he's been siphoning her energy. What is this? They've been commanding, they've been driving in like chaos, vampiric dead man fantasies of destruction, right? Into her mind. And they wanted God to see her as that. But it's not true. They wanted to command Earth They've been broadcasting into the galaxy a story called The Lifetime Story of Earth Woman. They've been driving things into her mind. They've been siphoning her love energy. They've been torturing people and trying to frame her as a terrorist, as a prostitute. They've been doing really bad, hellacious stuff with the life that comes forth from her womb. They've been trying to frame her as being that which they have forced into her life because they wanted to command Earth. So you're getting a new rebirth. The sun, those who have the essence of the sun in them, you're getting a new birth, a new family, a new union. And those who are not family, those who do not have the light in them, those who've just been feeding on you and pretending, are being imprisoned on Earth. Now, there's limitless numbers of universes out there. There's planetary systems all over the place. And there is a transfer happening apparently today. I had to sneeze. Wait. Hold on. It's coming up from the deep. Well, thank you, Hamzen. Thank you, everybody. I love big sneezes like that. It's like there's a release or something energetically when that happens. It's amazing. I just let it all come out. Some people try to stifle it. They like, and I'm like, oh, heck no, man. I'm like, bleh. Let it out. All right, so we've got these tricksters there. They were betraying their marriage contracts, and now they're running because you were able to push through the magical barriers, the curse, and the curse is broken. So now they're receiving some kind of an ultimatum from God and possibly from your twin flame. They're getting an ultimatum. An ultimatum on the other side. The other side is getting an ultimatum. Because they were trading places. Those on the other side were switching places. They were taking over the identity and the personality and the energetic signature of people, and then they were forcing those people over into the other side. And now the other side is getting a big ass freaking ultimatum for tricking people into marriage contracts and then siphoning their life force, keeping them trapped into the shadows, abandoning them, setting them up for failure, framing them for crimes they didn't do. You maintained control of yourself, of your mind. You are protected. Those who ghosted you, those who threw your love into the trash, who treated your love like trash, they used the power of your love to hurt people. This false flame is getting condemned. Public scrutiny. They're wearing a social mask. They're not who they say they are. There are unexpected disputes and rising tensions. There are constant battles. There's urgent news happening. There's a transfer or something happening today. It could be tomorrow because I don't know what time that message came in. It could have been early this morning. So it could be early tomorrow morning that it happens. I don't know, but there's some kind of a transfer. And I don't know what that's going to look like for the 3D people, myself included. I mean, I don't know. It could just be a vibrational frequency. There is a convergence happening. So timelines, and that's the weird, strange thing because Jim Self of Mastering Alchemy had explained it as though there was going to be a timeline separation. But it seems like there's not a timeline separation this time. It seems like there is an actual timeline convergence. So there is a reduction in the amount of timelines there are. Like there's timelines that are being wiped out. So there's an unexpected event happening here. The other side is getting an ultimatum. I mean, they could be undergoing some kind of major catastrophe. I had seen a brief vision of a masculine who seemed to be seated on a ledge of a building, and he was kind of sitting there with his knees up and his arms resting on his knees, and he was looking out over complete destruction. God said, if they want a world of violence they shall have. And I don't know if those who have been worshiping genocide and such are going to get to go live in that environment. Like they've been trying to steal or pilfer the spiritual wealth of entire populations. And I don't know how exactly that's going to work out for them. Doesn't seem like it's working out very well. It seems like their destination isn't quite what they thought it was going to be. Unexpected event. There's some kind of a transfer. They're concerned about 60% of the population. Dinner. God said that they were going to be the new fodder. So, guided from above, and then those zombies crawling out of the grave. It's like the other side, whoever has been playing there, it's like they're the new fodder. Those people who had been trapping others there are the new fodder. They're going back to that other side. They're trying to defend their beliefs about how they treated you. Like they treated you like trash. This divine mother figure. And they wanted this commitment. They had entangled with you, and then they forced you to do the job yourself. You committed to yourself. They want to defend their beliefs on why they abandoned you, how they attacked you. They tried to drive you insane. They stole all your wealth, all your money. They've been playing in your role of authority and calling you irresponsible, a prostitute, whatever. They've been talking smack in the shadows about you, but you're the one who got the frick done. You're the one who put on that frickin' hard hat, and you overcame every opposition that came your way in the spirit. They even sent a frickin' sumo wrestler after you. You had to wrestle an effing sumo freaking wrestler who had evil intent. They weren't able to do it. You're committed to your inner divine and he who walks with you, and that's just that. These nasty jacks can't compare to you or what it is you've got going, what it is you're connected to. Water. You dealt with Leviathan all on your own. They had sacrificed you to this beast who'd been feeding on your mind and on your energy for a long freaking time while you beat Leviathan. All on your freaking own. They didn't mean for you to come out of this. They thought it was impossible. They thought Leviathan was going to consume you, and then that would be that. They were done with you. And now they got egg on their face because now every freaking alien that they created, these little genetic research experiment, splicing, boogeyman creations or whatever, yeah, they're coming back on them now. And they're paranoid. They're paranoid. because they created a genetic mutation. They were trying to create an army of unbeatable force that they could overtake God with, and now they're attacking them because it didn't work out. They cursed their own damn selves. They cursed you, and then they wore a mask as you while you suffered there. They sacrificed you, a cat. So you're Lyran. You're from that Star Nation family there. They've been probably using you as a captured prisoner of war to travel a bridge and a connector. They used you and your consciousness as a bridge and a connector into your Star Nation family's domain. And they've been wreaking havoc there. So they sacrificed the cat. I had a vision once. I walked into a house. I think it was mine. It was an old house. There was like dust everywhere. But there were false walls. It's like somebody had put up a false wall. And so I went through that false wall. And then there was a space, like a hallway wide. And there was really old chairs and furniture in there. And it was filled with cats. Trapped cats. Sacrificed cats. Lyrans. These jackwagons are going to get their ass kicked. Yeah. Because now you've got friends. You've got friends, love. So there could be, people that had been twisted, who had been given a little bit of a nudge into darkness or whatever. They wanted you all trapped and bound by darkness, but you turned your damn light on and you surrounded that darkness and you rose up on your damn white horse, galloped right up out of that. So now you've got some things going on, but you still are loved. No matter what they did to you, you are still a trustworthy friend and love. So you've got some good friends there. These genius mad scientists that had been effing around with everybody, doing these medical experiments on everybody, they're falling into their own damn trap of the children of the night. They're going to be the new fodder. These children of the night are going to feed on them. They really thought they had taken you out. They got so freaking cocky. So cocky. Well, publicly humiliated, I don't know if it's possible for them to feel humiliation. I just don't. I mean, they do humiliation rituals all the time. I think it's part of their natural environment. It's just part of their life. I don't know that it would matter if it would be public or not. So the magician has been living high on the hog, leaving you lonely. Your distant twin flame has been fueling your spiritual journey. So they could have been your guardian angel, guiding you through this circumstance. This magician gambled on you. They didn't know who they were coming for. The walls are closing in on the midnight gremlins. It could be that you've removed the walls built by cultural differences. It could be that you've made friends with the midnight gremlins. We've got resistance in the reverse. So there's no resistance. The midnight gremlins don't resist. They're not resisting. You didn't resist. You bended without breaking. You yielded and then bounced back. So they thought when you yielded, they didn't realize you were going to bounce back. They thought you went down into the deepest, darkest pit, and they didn't really realize that you were going to bounce back. So their challenge was trapping your love in a contract. This family missed the deadline. they're a bunch of dead people. They've been feeding on the life force of their sacrifices for a long time, and now they're getting all fired up. Now we've got doppelgangers everywhere. Okay, Yahashua is like it was long ago. We got these nasty magicians have been rewriting the book for a long time, and they're still trying to do it. They're getting divorced out of your energy. They're in a heartbreak because they can't feed on you anymore. You're not hungry. You didn't turn into some rabid freaking animal. They're getting divorced out of you because they can't drive your mind. You're not messed up over them. You're not feeding them anymore. This contract is in the shredder. They missed their deadline to sacrifice somebody. Curiosity. They might be spying on you. They have been spying on everybody. They were not able to find their sacrifice. Their family is going in the shredder. There is a fire. Wow, what's that? Oh, that's my stuff. I thought there was a new emoji or something. Battle. Grief. All right, so Three of Swords, divorce. They're in grief that you aren't messed up in the head. They can't feed on you. And this contract is in the shredder. Their life may be going in the shredder. This battle, they're in grief over this battle. They're getting deleted. They're dead people anyway. They got the value of dead men. Look, they got the value of dead men. It's an actual skull. They got the value of dead men. They've been trapping the loving and the living. So they're getting recycled by fire. This is the other side. This is the second death. So the Five of Swords is here. The bullies. They were bullies and thieves, abusive relationships. They're getting rejected by the twin flames. The fertility, the wealth of the fertility, the future, the past, all of it. They left you alone, and they have to leave you alone now. Fertility, alone, fertility. The energy is coming to you. Stay open to new ideas. Fertility, they could have kept you in isolation. They didn't want you to procreate. They were dedicated to making certain that you never procreated. They wanted to consistently use you in sacrifices. They got the druid, the Stonehenge, the fish mask, the rabbit mask, the goat mask, the freaking Burning Man, the upside down cross, the Hindu dot, whatever. Fertility, your power for birthing, they left you alone. They have to leave you alone. The energy is coming to you now. They have to leave you alone. The twin flames are fertile. King of Swords is here. He knows the truth about you being a loved child of the divine. It could be that he also is. He's escaped the boogeyman, the book of boogeyman that these witches and magicians had been calling forth. You've escaped. Perhaps they are crushed by the burden of the reality. The phantoms that they've been calling forth out of this book are on them. It boomeranged back on them. Wrath. So the phantom that they've been calling forth out of this book. So you've escaped. and they're trying to escape. They're being crushed by the burdens of reality. Whatever phantom that they called up out of this book to attack you is on them, and it's wrathful. They want to escape. You did escape. The other side is receiving wrath. God's wrath. Two of Cups is here. Marriage contracts for the divine feminine who were swapped out. Somebody had taken your big, huge abundance and traded it in for next to nothing. They took your freaking $1 million and gave you a penny, and then forced you to do the work to get their whole disgusting dead life family and their love up this damn hill. They hated you, man. Look, these pet cemeteries, even their children want to come and stick a knife in you. These are not your children. These are children of the dead. These are revitalized, animated corpses walking around. They're not their own energetic source. They have to have reckless sex in order to download or upload or be empowered by that sexual energy. They're going to rot. They will decompose without these blood transfusions or these energetic uploads. And so they're in grief. They're a walking corpse, and you're getting a new contract. Those who offered you a small offering and forced you to push the whole family up the hill are in grief. They have to do their own work. They're in grief. They're being dominated. They're being dominated. And I heard somebody say last night that they were cruel. And I can say, yes, they are. These phantoms that they called up out of this book to cause insanity and in the minds and the lives of others, it's very, very cruel. Absolutely. But they called it up. And so now it's back on them because you've escaped it. You took a leap forward as a child of the divine. These guys are getting wrath. You are protected from wrath. They're in grief. Pet Cemetery is in grief over their being dominated. They're being dominated as they dominated you. God said that every nasty thing they did to you will be done to them, and it's going to be terrible. They've looked at the fragments of your lifetimes, and they're afraid, and they should be. They've all participated lifetime after lifetime for thousands of years. So you got a rebirth here, a new marriage, so the divine feminine is getting a new opportunity for a proper union. This pregnancy, this DNA, whatever, this family is not your family. Like the DNA doesn't even match. It's like they kidnapped you or they abandoned you. It's like there was a child and they sacrificed you, threw you into the freaking garbage can, and then they've been drawing off of your spiritual wealth all this time, and they thought for sure that you were going to stay down in this garbage can that they had put you in. But guess what? They weren't even your family. Like they genetically altered themselves or they did something. They're not an original human being. They may not even be like family. They may have said that they were your child, but they're not. They're going to prison. They may have said that they were a child of the divine. There's imprisonment on earth. These could be vampires that are in prison here. You could have been a prisoner of war that they've been feeding on and circulating through these cycles. You could have been an upper dimensional being that came in to discover and research and match. Like one vision I had was there was a room full of little shoes, little white shoes, little children's shoes. And there was a big pot, like I was there, or whoever I was supposed to be was there, matching. So I had a shoe, and I had to go in this room of shoes, and I had to find the match. And there were so many shoes. I was very, very seriously busy. So anyway, it's a reconnaissance mission is one thing that Spirit has called it. So it could be that you were on a reconnaissance mission last cycle and you got trapped by these magicians, but the curse has been broken and you've been emancipated. And all hell is breaking loose for these who have been fraudulently gaining access to these upper dimensional spaces in order to bring war, havoc, chaos, and infidelity, red ramming people, stealing, all that good stuff, right? So you are balanced and you are in a heart bond. So it could be that whatever your twin flame and you are balanced and in harmony. You know, sometimes they say that twin flames can't come together because they'll just ignite everything and light everything on fire. Well, you and your twin flame have done the work while you were in your parallel dimensions. You've grown and stabilized, and now you're together, stabilized, balanced, loving. And the other side is getting delivered an ultimatum because you were able to break through and be identified as the true. And so when you go into these when you are transferred into these upper dimensional spaces, it will become very obvious who is there as a false flame. And there's going to be some kind of condemnation. There's a punishment coming for those who are there falsely, wearing a social mask, pretending to be somebody that they are not. They're pretending to be a sacrificed person who was worthy of this space, but they harvested them at the crossroads. And they've just been busted doing that. We've got dinner. So they've been feeding on high vibrational, very powerful, potent energies. And they've been forcing them back into a cycle of stagnation and lack, because they've been using them as a get-rich-quick scheme. All they had to do was brutalize them and unalive them, and then magically trap them in some freaking mirror, some illusionary state. Cheap tricks. Cheap tricks of a madman. So, dinner. They're not going to pull up your seeds anymore. They're not going to be pulling up your seeds. They're not going to be planting any more seeds. There will be more of these low vibrational influencers in the territory. They've been leading everybody into being a lustful little hoe bag, get rich quick schemes, siphoning other people's wealth by destroying their life. This Knight of Swords wants to come in and defend their belief system, but you don't miss them at all. It's like, get away from me, you nasty jack. You better keep that sword way the hell over there. Because this independent woman is committed to her own damn self. She's like, look, nasty, you threw me away. You taught me that your presence in my life absolutely was not necessary. Over and over again, lifetime after lifetime, this woman got it done. Both roles, mother and father, feminine and masculine. And you got these nasties out there that just want to F this and F that. They don't want to build anything. They just want to get drunk, get high, and go have sex. They're worthless. You dealt with the Leviathan monster that you had been sacrificed to on your own. And you got this nasty little POS coming in, wanting to think fast, wanting to make everything right. Apologize. Memory. But you have the memory. You have memory of it. And it's like, even, and maybe it's time to just let the memory go. Let it go. Look, nasty. Nobody freaking misses you. Stop forcing your way in on the energy. Nobody misses you. Nobody cares why you chose to be a red rumming RAPist fool. Nobody cares, nasty jack. We've learned how to get it done on our own. Your presence is absolutely not needed. We've managed our monsters on our own that you sicked on us. Get rich freaking quick scheme. Anticipating nobody's going to be wanting to hear them sing or talk or speak or nothing. Nobody cares. They could be anticipating teamwork. Maybe they're anticipating a big swarm. There's a transfer. Something is happening. Something is in the air. Something is shifting big time. And these little spiders, these little trickster spiders are being watched. That bird's going to pluck them right out of their own web. It's like a duck next to Jack. Yeah. See you got my little flower there. So they have to keep their distance from that little golden nugget that has brought forward all of that insight regarding the risk and the upheaval that these self-interested, lustful, magician, red-rumming thieves have been doing. And they're afraid because they're being prepared for fodder. God said that they are the ones who will be the new fodder. They're done feeding on you. They will not drain your life force anymore. They are going to be consumed. It's their turn to survive the brutality that they forced upon you lifetime after lifetime. So whatever they do, the curses, the hexes, the voodoo, whatever, it's going to roll right off of you. You are free. You are free of this mischief, of them coming in and poking and prodding and messing with you in your sacred space. These little nasty POSs who've been poking and prodding and ripping your hair out in your sacred space are being released. And this is going to come from the transfer. Once the proper prophets, prophetesses, the oracles, the sons and daughters of the Most High, those who have the light of the sun in them, when they are transferred back into these upper dimensional spaces, it will become very, very clear who has grown and gone into a new direction and who is just there routinely causing a distraction and doing mirror magic. Your authenticity and your transparency will make it blatantly obvious who the infiltrators are. You've got luck here. You have flown above the night scavengers that had you in survival mode. You survived all of these ghosts that had been consuming you as a prisoner of war, trying to frame your character in a negative way. And they are being warned that you and your gifts are protected, or that you are being protected by a whole big plenty, beautiful variation of skillful, willful warriors and their gifts. And those who have been mimicking you and others in the territory, they've been unaliving people on the other side and then coming back in like there's some freaking prize. Yeah, those who have been mimicking others in the territory are getting displaced for being a negative influence. They're getting kicked out. They're very mad. And this is why they have been delaying and causing recycling of stagnancy for powerful suns and stars, because they knew that once we got in to the territory that they would be seen very clearly as a control freak, a dominator tyrant, a bad and negative influence, somebody who does not love, somebody who wants to steal wealth from somebody else who has suffered greatly for it. These men, they cause a great suffering for divine feminines and divine masculines. And then at the crossroad, when it's time for you to move into your ascension, to be transferred into that next level up, they take your stuff, man, dress up a copycat in your identity, and then push you back through. They've done this to this mother figure, this empress, over and over and over again. They crucified her and then gave that crucifixion story to a long-haired hippie cornholio bastard, a freaking copycat of Yahashua. Using the energy of the mother to buy people's life, to give them life. She was the one that had the energy, the eternal life. And they kept taking it, sacrificing her, RAPing her to death, burning her alive, nailing her to a freaking cross. And then they give all of that pain and all of that suffering and all of the reward that was earned through that suffering, they give credit of it to a masculine, and then stuff her back into another cycle of suffering and lack. Well, this time apparently it's a bad, bad day for Cornholio Man, who's been riding the waves of this divine mother and her life being ended. He doesn't get to draw off of her freaking life force anymore to save people. They were fighting to feed on her, and they're not going to be able to draw off of her life force anymore. Nasty freaking Cornholio Jack is getting divorced out of this woman's energy, this magician. The Divine Father is pissed at how they have effed over this woman. They're in grief. Their life is going in the freaking shredder. The real divine doesn't have color, Omega. The real divine does not operate on religion, and it does not operate on color. You peel the skin off of a freaking temple, a flesh temple, and it's going to look just like everybody else. I can't stand it when I hear that kind of stuff. Well, the thing about it is that we've all lived very many lifetimes. In one of my lifetimes, I was a long-haired, brown-skinned beauty that was like in some kind of a Arab, whatever. Apparently, I had a prince or a king for a husband who was a tyrant. And when I discovered what it was he was doing to the people, I took my son and left, and then he gunned me down, shot me dead in the street while everybody watched. Oh, it's beautiful. So, people saying that it's this or it's that, it's like we're all one. And we've all lived, multiple life stories as different beings. It's true. Fate. So the magician was living high on the hog, having a life of luxury on your loving energy. Your distant twin flame has fueled your spiritual journey. This nasty magician was gambling with your energy, and now the walls are closing in on the midnight gremlins. They cannot resist it. This is your fate. It could be that they're doing divination. They're trying to find out what's going on, and there's nothing that they can do to resist this change. They were having difficulties or challenges trapping your Ace of Cups love in a marriage contract, and they've missed the deadline. They've been spying, looking for their sacrifice, this Sagittarius, but they're not able to do it. And now this family is going up in flames because they actually genetically altered themselves right out of the Book of Life. And the only way that they've been able to appear in the Book of Life is by siphoning other people's identities and remaining in this space. They really screwed themselves over, man. And it's going to be very, very clear once the true divine sons and daughters get into that space that they have been held back from for so long. It's going to be very, very clear who the imposters are. You've got alliances here. Your alliances are trustworthy, honest, and true, and they're dealing with this family. They're on fire, man. Everybody who's been spying on you, anybody who tries to astral project into your home to spy on you is going to be lit on freaking fire by your alliances. Just like that. Whatever this family is that thought that they had control of you in this contract, the contract is in the shredder. You've been emancipated and freed. You've been claimed by another family. And these nasties still want you back. They're still trying. And if they dare to come into your house, if they get curious about coming into your house, astral projecting into your house, these dead men and women, they've missed a deadline. They can't sacrifice you. So they're in trouble. They're going to get burned up, lit on fire by your freaking alliances. You are family by your new family. You've already been embraced and enfolded into a new family, claimed. And by that I mean God prepared you for an alignment, and it required a lot of suffering and a lot of effort to remain temperance in an extreme circumstance. Presidences, kings and queens, emperors and empresses must be able to maintain their energy and their presence in the face of extreme adversity, which these vampires and soul eaters have offered here. And you were able to guide you up out of that challenge. You were able to pull yourself up out of that shadowy place and then get your crown. So they're getting divorced out of your energy because you are not messed up in the head. They could not mess you up in the head. They were trying to get you institutionalized as a crazy person, but you're better than that. So they're not able to feed on you. You're not interested in feeding on anybody. You're not hungry for anything. They were battling with you, and now they're in grief because the contract is in the shredder. You have triumphed over these magicians. And honestly, I don't think you even do witchcraft. I don't think you're a witchcraft or a magician or any of that. I think you're just with God, and God is with you. That's what I think. Because they abandoned you and forced you in, and the whole world was treating you like shit, so you had to go within. And when you went within, you found the freaking universe. And then it's like, wow, now you broke through the interference, the technological satellite, what I call the interference, these copycats that are using clairs that don't actually belong to them. So they were stopping people at the crossroads that had serious abilities and skills, lots of clairs and connections. And they've been harvesting that out, transferring that into their copycat, and then recycling through the original back into a lower vibration and life of stagnancy and lack. They thought you were in an impossible path and that you were never going to pop back up, but you did, and somebody had an identity crisis, and all hell broke loose. And yeah, you triumphed over that. This contract is in the shredder. It's over because you survived and you're identifiable. And you're getting your damn transfer. And you were able to find out this person who was at the gatekeeper position that did not belong in that gatekeeper position, who had been keeping people from coming into their God-appointed rewards. So you have revealed the secret regarding this get-rich-quick scheme and why there's so much damn suffering for the daughters of Eden and the sons. Why are the sons being transitioned, and what chemicals are altering their makeup, their genetic makeup and all this. And so you discovered a whole bunch of evidence on your own as to what these guys had been doing with the fertility, the life here of the twin flames. With all of this damn fighting. They're getting rejected by the twin flames. We're not going to do any more work with them because they've been using our energy to hurt people. And our energy is to create and to make good things occur in alignment with source creation. But you got a lot of folks here who worship death and the dead. And while they are our family and they're going to be reborn eventually into this family line that we are working very seriously on turning into a success story. You know, these guys screwed up the whole system, man. They screwed up the entire, so the ecosystem of the planet, the physical planet, but also the ecosystem of the symbiosis and how it's supposed to work, you know, between the crown and the roots, you know, the light and the dark, the heaven and the under. Like it's supposed to be like symbiosis, as above, so below. The crown feeds the roots. The tree stabilizes the middle ground and nourishes everything and everyone and keeps it stable and in alignment. And these guys came in with their chemicals and decided that spraying you know, that they were gonna manage the planetary equilibrium with their stupid chemicals, because they don't have the energetic power that God gives, the creator gifts, the creatress gifts of nurturing, of balance, of temperance. They don't have that, and they can't apply that energy to the system because they're too freaking busy on trapping that energy and then exploiting it in a lustful, red rumming way. They're just sick, and they have the audacity to lecture any mother figure on responsible behavior with their energy. These hoe bags, these pimps, these thieves have the audacity to speak on a mother in a negative way. I can't stand them. Don't have any respect for them at all. I want to go right up there and rip their damn mask off. You know, I see a little crinkle right here. I want to go up and I'm going to say, I just want to pull that mask right off their face. I do. I can't help it. So, stop. So the King of Swords knows who the beloved children of the Most High God are. You've escaped this nasty freaking little trap here, this curse, this hex, this entrapment that they have had your love in. And they are being crushed by the burden of the reality. They hated your perception of reality, and they decided to go be a childish, whoring thief. A red rumming brutalizer and betrayer of love is what they chose to be. And they called up all kinds of freaking paranormal demons out of their little book to come and attack you. And now they're turning around and going back on them. They're coming back for them. And the wrath that they wanted these ones to deliver to you is being delivered to them. Why? Because God, man, has stopped this bullshit artistry. They ran into an actual divine daughter. They've been getting away with this for centuries, but they got lazy, I think, and I think maybe they just got stupid over time. They got cocky. They got cocky. These little roosters got cocky and lazy and really egotistical. They thought that they didn't have to hardly pay any attention to it because you didn't have the value to ever compete with them. They took it all. Strategy. This is mind reading. So we've got mind reading strategy right there. I don't know if you can see it. It's mind reading. So these pet cemetery people, these dead people, had been sacrificing really high vibrational entities or humans that had ascended. And they have great prophetess, oracle, telepathic, telekinesis skills, and they were downloading or transferring the soul value and identity and the memories and all of that into their copycat. Their copycat didn't have the wreaths and it didn't have the crown, but it dressed up in the energy of it and pretended. But they couldn't heal or nurture anything. The crown they were pretending to wear wasn't feeding the roots at all. Introvert. So their strategy was to mind read people, find out who the twin flames were when they were coming together, and then separate them. And it could be that whoever was strategizing in such a fashion is going to be separated from you. It could be that they're an online community. I do believe that there are different dimensional spaces and places that are connected with this AI technology our different timelines are connected in this way. I don't believe everybody that we're seeing here on the internet is actually here in the 3D space. So you're getting a new beginning, the rebirth. You've got a whole bunch of vital force. You've got this marriage. You're getting a new marriage because these people betrayed you through your love in the trash, used your energy, your love energy, to commit heinous crimes with their stupid magic and their whoring orgies and all of that, while you were left here alone trying to push the love of this entire family who lacked love. There is no love in them, and yet you were trying to push it up the big damn hill. God said no, they don't get to come. They don't get to come. You're getting eternal love. You have earned eternal love. And those people, these fake DNAs, these people who have been mimicking, these copycats, these near perfect copycats, these pod people, these clones or whatever they are going to prison. And it could be that there's a prison called Earth, or maybe they're going to prison for what they did to the divine feminines, the mothers on Earth, for vampiring their consciousness and for trying to frame them as being prostitutes and terrorists. They're going to prison for what they did to the loving wives that were here to help them elevate. They wanted to elevate, but they wanted these wives to be in the eternal suffering because they hate love. Contracts, these stupid marriage contracts and relationships are their favorite weapons of war, right out of their own damn mouth. They love these interdimensional hoppers. In whatever dimensional space they are, I've been there. There is all men. Now, half of them are wearing dresses and got their hair done up in curls and stuff. And they send women there who are rebellious and who hate and who are rebelling against these magicians that want this control. I've seen one over there. They sent her there, and she was in like a convertible, and there was a man on her freaking car as she's driving down the freeway. He's on the roof of her car trying to get at her with his little stupid little knife and stuff. And so she was hollering to this other car that was right next to her, and that it was being driven by a man wearing the women's dress and attire, and there was another man, and this man who was driving dressing as a woman looked over at the other man, and he's like, ew, because like a woman was asking for help, and this man despises women, that he thinks he's in a competition with a woman. In this dimensional space they are in, there are no women, so they don't help women. They hate women, so they send women there who are rebellious to this magician to go there and get treated like shit and perish. But she pushed that little button, and that little remote control thing went up, the whole little retracting rooftop went down, and he went flying off. And so I was like, yeah, get that one, man. They're being cast away. So what's going on now? These genetic experiments, these copycats, these clones, these pod people, whatever they are, that have been pretending to be you in these upper dimensional spaces, they used your consciousness as a bridge and a connector to your Star Nation soul tribes environment. And then they proceeded to try to F everything up there. They're going to prison. And they're going to get cast away. They're getting cast off of Earth. They will be cast away. They have to get off the damn planet because they're vampires. And the mother and the father do not want the children of this Earth realm to be vampired and RAP'd and freaking abused like they've been doing. So, while it seems terrible, they're vampires, they're dead people, they are already dead. They're walking around in animated corpses that require blood transfusions or some kind of energetic harvest, typically through reckless sex. This is how they animate their pod body, their exact duplicate. They have to harvest energy, life force. Yeah, I went real deep. Apparently I went deeper than whoever they're their choices. They weren't able to get deep enough. So somebody's been released. I think it's an entertainer. She wasn't able to get deep enough, and whoever her handlers are, which is a female and a masculine, they're fed up with her. I think they got rid of her. Somebody's out there lip syncing to her music. Somebody wants to work with her. I don't know how well that's going to go, but they're trying to keep it business as usual. But we got some folks out there who are actually perishing, and then they're being replaced by other pod people or clones or whatever, lip syncing to the music to try to pretend like everything is normal. So it may appear like everything is normal, and you may not know that or see that there is a change or a shift happening, but it is. There is a shift happening. So those people, Seven of Swords, those betrayers, those deceivers that were tricking people by getting them trapped into a contract of marriage, trapping their love into a contract of marriage, that they could then pull off that loving energy and do their magic with, using somebody else's energetic signature and then framing them as a terrorist, as a whore, by being a prostitute and going out doing sex magic and shit like that while in your energy. So you broke through the curse, you broke through the hex. Your twin flame was here, fueling your spiritual journey and your individual growth, your inner growth. And you're here together now, and it looks like you are fertile. And you may have gathered some kind of evidence while you were there alone in this space. You've broken through. The timelines are converging. And these people are getting an ultimatum for what they have been doing here to keep you separated. The other side is getting an ultimatum for what they have been doing to balance heart bonds. Oh yeah, honey, you're coming together with your person because they've been creating conflict with balanced heart bonds. They've been creating conflict in these unions of balance. So you're balanced, you're temperance, you're all of this. Well, they come in and what? They burn your house down, or what? An investment goes bad, and the bank takes thousands of dollars out of your account. And then you start fighting or arguing or whatever. These people did it on purpose to these ones. They wanted to prove somehow that you were not capable of managing yourselves well and remaining in temperance energy while you were being effed with by invisible magicians, trying to prove that you were incapable of remaining in love. But you did. You remained balanced through it. And that's why you were able to break through wherever that card went. Oh, here. Break through. You were able to break through because you kept yourself balanced during the conflict. Now they're getting an ultimatum because you actually care about families and family cares about you. They want to be around your sweet love and your sweet dreams. Your beautiful imagination. These jackwagons were cursing your mind. They wanted you to be seen as insane. They wanted to gain the indulgent lifestyle of these sweethearts. They're high value. So they worked real hard. You worked real hard to save up all of this beautiful luxury, this wealth. And these people were daydreaming about just taking it from you because it was too damn hard. Look, it's too damn hard for the mask wearer to freaking take it from you. You know why? Because this kind of wealth doesn't come with a half-assed attempt. This kind of wealth belongs to family that are here, stable, working together as a unit. without prejudice, without argument. You're here compassionate, respectful. But you got this bully that was bullying you, running frequency through your mind, trying to mess with your mind, and they were turning all these women against you, trying to what? Compete for the schwankster and his stupid little sex magic. They were bribed to move against you. They got paid to try to destroy you. And so now justice is being served. That whole network, that whole team that came against you and made you sick is being rejected. They could be sick. They might be feeling a little fragile right now. They probably have a lot of stuff going on in their mind. And a lot of the things that these phantoms that they call up out of the devil book is they're very mean. They're very cruel. Absolutely. You stayed relaxed. Thank you, Crystal Healing, self-love. Thank you. You stayed relaxed, and you got these prideful. You stayed relaxed. You maintained your inner peace, your tranquility, while these entities here, these prideful third-party jackwagons, were coming up and getting in your space. You actually are going to, if you haven't already, you will achieve your goals. You're going to have real estate. You're going to have a business. You're going to come into your reward. The Divine Mother stated that they will not be able to curse your land or your business. You're going to get this. And they fell into a trap. They fell into a trap coming for the gift. You made it. You reached your goals. The gift reached their goals. These ones were committed to teaching people how to cause you a loss, how to pray for it. And now it's all coming back on them because God is showing you a mercy while these other ones were trying to dominate you. You're getting a new family tree because this one here was messing with your head, and now all of this is back on them. They got to live with it. 22 years is what I dealt with it, and a lot of people had to deal with it. A lot of people didn't make it. It's difficult living a sane life when you got magicians running insanity through you. It's time for those who have been working with you, those who are in unity, to come into the blessings that they have earned. These people want to compromise now with you who are getting married. They're losing their damn freedom, and they don't know what to do about the history of robbing you. They took everything from you, and they owe you lifetimes. It's like some of you were destined to live to be 60 years old or whatever, and they were unaliving you at 30 and then harvesting out 30 years of life force. And they bought themselves another 30 years. What? Some of these people are running around out there, 3,000 years old. They've been doing this a long freaking time. Thank you, the encourager after 726. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, you lived and learned. By staying calm, you were able to persevere. And they're in danger now. They didn't see this coming. They're afraid. Paranoid. They're having paranoia. Whatever these pet cemetery phantoms that they called up out of this book from the other side, they promised these people. They promised them life. And they were taking the life from the roses, from the trump cards. And God said, that's it. You're not doing that to my sons and my daughters anymore. They're being stopped from calling forth phantoms to bully people and take them up out of here to steal their life. These entities on the other side, that these dealers and wheelers of life force energy, those people who are going to save you, Yeah, by unaliving the rose, by forcing the divine feminine to give up her life force so that these entities in the land of the dead can come forward and enter into an animated body, a corpse, a freaking clone. And all they got to do is dance and sing and have orgies. Woo, yeah, okay. Well, now they're getting a freaking ultimatum from the other side. These tricksters, these people from the other side, they're getting an ultimatum. They're probably gonna, yeah, they're the new fodder. They're gonna lose all the good things that were ever enjoyed. They broke their promise to those people from the other side, the dead. They broke their promise to the dead. They're no longer able to supply them with life because whoever this being is that has been taking the life from the mothers can no longer do that. This savior of theirs can no longer do that. So this magician was living in the moment, but your twin flame, your distant twin flame in another parallel universe was with you, guiding your spiritual journey. These magician gambled with your energy, and now the walls are closing in on them. These midnight gremlins aren't able to offer any kind of resistance, and it's fate. They're doing divination. They can see very clearly that there's nothing they can do about it. There's no more space for denial, only for resolution. Unfinished business for those who had been sacrificing on one side and then coming back into this other dimensional space and pretending that they were pure and innocent. No, man. Back and forth. They had been sacrificing the love child of the divine and then dressing up in the energy and coming back as though they were this faithful, loyal, beautiful angel type person. They got blood on their hands. They've been unaliving the freaking love children of the divine. They're in trouble, man. Freaking over and back. It's fate. There's nothing they can do about it. You know, they chose their path. They chose to be this. And not just once, and not just twice, and not just 10 times, but hundreds of times, lifetimes. Yeah, Hamzin, and that's why they chose you and us. Because of our beautiful heart. They feel that our love and our emotions are weakness. These copycats, these lookalikes, they're perfect copies, except that they don't love. They don't have empathy for anybody. They're very cold, they're very callous, and they will hurt you and not think anything of it. They target people who have emotions because they know that their energy is extra powerful and they know that they're probably going to love them and forgive them, and therefore they're seen as weak. So you're no longer their rose. They can no longer sacrifice the beautiful roses and use them as street exhibits. This family of dead people are being torched. They're being recycled. These people who had been spying on others to find out who was loving and who was not, they were there trying to trap love into a marriage contract. It is said by the enemy themselves that on the first anniversary of these marriage unions, that's when they unalive their partner and take everything from them. They give them an opportunity to fall madly in love, and then they take everything and give them extreme freaking pain and betrayal, heartbreak. They've missed their deadline. These are dead people. Look, they're dead. There's no life in them. The only way that they appear to be alive is by the love and the life that they've been siphoning out of the roses, the sacrifices. They cannot do it anymore. This family is being burned. They're drinking to cope. They're not able to switch places with a beautiful rose, a pure one. They can no longer use these sacrifices to get a level up into an upper dimensional space that they absolutely have no business being in. Immoral, red-rumming thieves that don't have the inner fortitude to dress up in the power that they have been stealing. They've been hurting people with it rather than creating. They don't have what it takes, the soul value, to manage this kind of potency in a good way. So they're hurt, they're in grief, they're getting divorced and cut off from your energy because they couldn't F up your head. They can't feed on you. You don't have any triggers, any woundings. And if you do, you recognize it right away, you breathe into it, you transmute it, and you move on with your day. And these ones want you stuck, hung up, snagged. They want to battle you. They're in grief here because their life is going in the damn shredder because you have triumphed over every criminal behavior they tried to force you to swallow. It took you lifetimes to get it right. This has been going on for centuries, but you finally made it. You finally made it. And there's nothing they can do about it. The Divine Mother, the Absolute Royal One, is saying they will not obtain you. She's not going to let them have your energy again. Absolutely not. We got single. Single. You did it single freaking handedly. These nasty magicians, these sorcerers, and all of their little catfish clones or whatever the hell the little Jezebels are, could not bring you down. You did it all on your own. They threw you in the trash, told everybody you were trash, and everybody ganged up on you and decided to bury you in their trash. Their trashy perception of you, which was actually their own view of their own self. You have triumphed and you did it all on your freaking own. There is no freaking man that can come here and say that they helped you in any way and therefore they deserve your reward. They cannot say it. They thought they had you into an impossible path and that you would never graduate up out of it. But now that you have, they cannot say that they helped you. They and their freaking Jezebel are running. And they're crying because these devils that they've been doing business with are cruel. Oh no. Excuse me while I share no freaking mercy. Sorry guys. I can only take so much. So, Five of Swords, winning at all costs. These are sneaky little magician thieves. They've been rejected by the twin flames and their fertility. We're not going to be mating with anybody who does not have the light of life in them. So, they're being rejected by the twin flames and their fertility, their creation, what it is they will do. Why? Because they've been wearing masks. They've been sacrificing them at Burning Man. And they've been at Stonehenge and everywhere else. And leaving them alone. There's evidence of it. We've looked for it, researched, there's investigations. You were in there all by yourself into the dark pit of hell. And all of these little nasty magicians thought they were so freaking powerful, conquering you, Divine Feminine, with their stupid little schwang and their little magic book. But all by yourself, you triumphed over all of those little magicians And now their life is in a damn shredder because of the evidence that you pulled forward. We do have a King of Swords here who could have very well been your twin flame in that parallel dimensional space, doing the same thing that you were doing, pulling up all of the evidence in the shadows of these spaces and places. You are a loved child of the divine, of the Most High Father. You've escaped this mess, these phantoms that they've been pulling up out of their magic books. They're crushed by the burdens of reality. Those phantoms are coming back on them. There's wrath here. They have been stopped, and they're being delivered wrath for what they have done here. All of those nasty phantoms are going back on them. They're furious because they made promises to the other side. They made promises to these phantoms that they were calling forth to do horrible things to the living. And now God is taking away, as far as I can tell, their right to an opportunity for proper living because they tried to F up the living. So now they just threw away any opportunity for a reincarnation. They've been rejected by the ancestors. Nobody wants them to be part of their family tree. They worship destruction. There's evidence. There's evidence. So there's messages. Somebody's getting a message. There is a communication. Somebody wants to take a gamble. They're receiving wrath. Their phantoms, they're calling forth phantoms out of these little magic books are being stopped. It could be that the wrath that has been being delivered unto you, the twin flames, is being stopped. That God can see now that those were copycats doing these atrocious things while you were trapped in this love trap, this contract. Yeah, so it could be that God sees very clearly that they were gambling with you, and that this wrath that you had been receiving, it was not belonging to you. Like your copycat could have been there claiming that you were doing magic on them and that you were the copycat, and you never were. It was the opposite. It was the way around. I don't like ignorance. Coming here and being critical. I don't like closed minds speaking with their judgment, their tongue of judgment. No, I don't do readings for personal people. So there's divine intervention here. They were strategizing, mind reading others with their clairs, these stolen clairs, these clairs that they had gained through energetic entanglements with people who actually had clairs. They were using these stolen and hijacked intellectual properties to hurt people and to ensnare them and their love in these marriage contracts, these traps. They're being separated. They might be spying on you online. They could be right here, right now, watching. We've got divine intervention. We've got serendipity and a catalyst. Karma is being served. Yeah, exactly, Marvel Bliss. They were denying them their ascension that God had said they had earned. And they were given it, but they were given it to a copycat who had not earned it. So they were in that space behaving atrociously like a freaking hoe bag. And the thing about it is that they had not earned the right to be there. They were just dressing up in the energy, wearing a mask, pretending to be, and then destroying everything. And you lived and you popped up and you showed yourself to be the real you. And now God and the divine masculine and everybody else knows the truth about the games, the illusions that these ones have been playing with the sacrificed roses. They've been wearing their face, their energy, and their identity in this upper dimensional space. And they've been behaving very, very low vibrational, trying to accuse and make it be seemed that this person who had been granted permission to be there was lacking. And this gatekeeper, they were very much involved in holding back the person who actually earned the ascension and then replacing them with somebody who had not. They were siphoning the wealth and then destroying the reputation in this place of the one who had actually earned that ascension. Sneaky little bastards, calling themselves men. These lazy, no good for nothing POSs can't build a house for nothing. They're supposed to build the freaking house, and the mother is supposed to bring life into it. These assholes can't build a freaking house. They got a contract, and then they boogied off after laying her to waste, leaving her there without a house, without a freaking spiritual bank account, without a support system, without a memory, without a protector, while they gathered all their freaking friends to come and hurt them and keep them in that trap. I conquered this one of these nasty little hoe bags said. Oh yes, he thinks that because he can F somebody real good and fool them regarding love, that makes him a perfect conqueror of the woman. He needs to be stripped of that man suit and never, ever, ever given access to it again. He should never, ever, ever have access to the care, the loving, kind, and tenderness of a woman ever again. No. And he should be kept away from all of the animals who they also are AP. No. You wanted the mother to be kept down. You wanted her to be crushed into the ground under your feet. God said your intentions shall be your gift. The mother never thought that way of any of you. Even while you were hurting her, she never thought that way of any of you. She only wanted your improvement, your betterment, to care for you, to serve you, and that's what she did up until the very end. And now they're getting cast away off the earth. They think that if they can unalive this daughter of Eden, that they will stop their eviction. So they're very serious about committing a 3D brutality and crime against a woman, against a rose. So these ones are going to prison. These are not the human family. They're not human family. They have to get off the planet Earth. They're being cast away because they've been feeding on God's family of human beings, and they have tried to exterminate them all. There used to be 21 different species of human, and now there is one. And we are all sick. There could be 60% that has been infected with these stupid injections and all of this genetic splicing that may not be able to move forward. They have to get off of the territory of the rose. They're being evicted out of the house of the rose. Because she's getting eternal love and she's already in this union. These ones are not taking it from her. Her person is dedicated. They are not family. They're going to prison for freaking ever. They will never come back to Earth. This curator that was trafficking human beings into whatever timelines, these little slave colonies and other dimensional spaces, they were broadcasting the story of the lifetime story of Earth Woman to show everybody, to prove to everybody how weak she was and how she would never come to save them or give them life. So their trickery, Seven of Swords trickery, they were popping the question just to trap somebody's love so that they could use that energy to fuel their stupid little magician, their little sorcerer, magic tricks. So now they and their little Jezebel are running because you broke through the freaking barrier and you're seen by the Most High and the Divine Masculine, and they're getting an ultimatum. They could be getting an ultimatum on the other side or by the other side. Take it as it resonates. You remained balanced and love in your heart bond, and you during this conflict. You stayed balanced. You are temperance energy. The history. There's evidence of the miracle of you. The other side was picking a fight with you. They had you trapped in the other side, in the valley of the shadow of death. And they were fighting with you, right? But you were able to break through the barrier. You were able to come back up to earn your ascension. You've earned it. You're worthy of it. You surpassed every masculine gang of bros that came against you and hit you hard. You went back harder. A single divine female, a queen bee, and they are furious that they can't keep you trapped there. Because you remained balanced and loving. You and your twin flame are energetically connected. There is history of miracles, a miracle. You're a miracle maker. That's what they said. They said that you provide miracles for people. One of these young girls was telling these nasty jacks that she heals people, helps people, and that they hurt people. And they don't want to have anything to do with that anymore. It was a long, long cycle. What, 26,000 freaking years or whatever? That they used the image of the mother and their genetic modifications to rape and torture children, to try to train the boys and the girls to hate the Divine Mother by using her energy and her face to hurt them when they were young. A freaking scam. Hamzan, that's a good advice from your mother. So you maintained control. You are protected. You were able to persevere through this challenge. You survived. You survived being ghosted. You survived being detached and placed into the valley of death. You maintained control of yourself and you survived. You survived past the statute of limitations. This false flame is being condemned for, or maybe this false flame was condemning you. And then they're being condemned for wearing a mask. They were pretending to be you, for pretending to be that they were somebody of value while they were busy being a whore, destroying people for profit. These are gigolos that are in the Garden of Eden, turning it into a whorehouse, selling the mother's womb of power, destroying the corpuscles of the spine for the boys. They were feeding on us, these entities. They're no longer going to feed on your seed. They're no longer going to pull up your seeds, your creations, and feed. Your seeds, your children, your creations, those beautiful things that you're planting, they shall know, they were feeding on it. They're not going to feed on your seeds anymore. So it's like these with the social mask. They are the new fodder. Wait, let me get a card. They're not able to run away. They're not able to run away. They're trapped. They can't run away. They are dinner. God said they're the new fodder. They're going to be consumed, recycled. They're going to be turned into Jifra. That's one of the women in the underworld or whatever. She was so cute. She said, shit, poop, is called Jifra in the underworld, apparently. I didn't know that. Cool down. Cool down. So there's a pause. Solidification. Solidification. So cool down. Now these ones we're talking about solidification. They were talking about cryogenics, which is a deep freeze. It could be that there's this Leviathan and whatever entities are in the water serving this beast that has been feeding on the consciousness of divine feminine are going to be cooled down. They could be solidification. They could be solidified. There could be a massive freezing of the waters due to what they did to this independent woman. Oops, in the history. So it does appear to me, and I've heard them talking about it, this cryogenics or whatever, these people or these entities that are in union with this Leviathan creature or whatever, they might be having an underwater city or something. I don't know, but there's like a cryogenic, there's a deep freeze coming to them. The waters are going to be solidified for the history of what this Leviathan has done to these fiercely independent, loving roses, the empresses that were bound to a false flame, who then fed upon her intellectual property and her energy. Oh, oops. Yeah, because they're trash. This is an uninvited, third-party hoe bag, addict, sex maniac, trash. Rat. A trash rat. These are from another dimensional space that doesn't have women, but they need the power of the womb that belongs, these big gifts that God gives. He's supposed to build the house with this, and she's supposed to add life to the house with this. But this nasty Jack decided that he didn't want to build the damn house. He just wanted all those big gifts, all of that life. And he wanted to do with it whatever he wanted to do with it. Now it's time for divine timing and the law. The scales are being balanced. And you have ascended up out of the shadows, and it could very well be that some others have, that were trapped there. You may have went there. So like I said earlier with that shoes, so the babies, you know, these little innocent roses that had been sacrificed and then used as a display. It's like there's this space in the under these shadow realms where the little white shoes were, and you had to go in there and match the shoes, like the shoes that God said, this is my child, and you had to go into this underworld shadowy space and you had to find the shoe that matched it so that God could claim that soul, right? And bring it up into an ascension. So, and this very well could have been something that happened to you also. This is a reconnaissance mission. So you have been down there, discovered the hidden truth about what these magicians were doing with the roses, the daughters of Eden, and the trump cards, the sons of Eden, and how they were trapping their love and the power of their most passionate energy into this lower dimensional space, and using that energy to commit fraud and illusions and tricks. You're the treasure. You're the treasure. You've uncovered the tip of the iceberg. Your job is done. You've been firm. You stayed firm while being tormented by this mirror. Abused. Now they are in eternal regret for this crime. They're experiencing a separation and an end to having any access whatsoever to the crown, the mental body, the consciousness of the apple, which has mastered her or himself in these very dire circumstances. You are royalty. They tried to stop you at the crossroads and deny you your ascension. They wanted to put your power into a puppet. They're very well effed. There's a change here. There will be no people in the bedroom of this fiercely independent woman. This is an empty room. She doesn't sleep with people. She's celibate. She's a powerful light, a powerful shadow. She doesn't get along with this stupid sex magic. She doesn't entertain these foul gigolos. They're nothing. She's committed, and so is her person. Her twin flame is committed, devoted. Now, these nasty jacks have been flashing the little dancing, beautiful, flat-tummied dancing puppets, these beautiful females, presenting them to him as an opportunity to tempt him, and yet he has remained firm and committed to you. You have discovered the core of the problem. It was these third-party affairs, these reckless sex encounters, these cords, these hooks. You have been reconciled, or you will be, with your twin flame. There is an understanding of what has been happening here. You've brought it to light. You've broken through, and these ones are getting the ultimatum. They're getting God's wrath for causing an illusion. A forgotten person of the past used your talent and your ability to manage, to bend water, to bend air, to be one with the elements. This forgotten person was casting the illusion using your skills, your gifts. Animal friend, they might have saw you as an animal. You're a Lyran, you're a cat person, and you're singing your song. You're recognized. You are singing the praises and letting go of these a-holes. You're letting them go, which means this snake is having trouble with their finances. They were drawing off of your energy and your spiritual bank accounts. This whole freaking tribe. I was in there in the dream space. I was sitting there, and all these people kept coming. We need this. We need that. We need. And then after a time, when I believe God or Heavenly Father or somebody stepped in and started messing around with these magicians trying to gain a false contract in the 4D. I forgot what I was going to say. You're getting what you hoped for, your wish, which is an encounter. You're going to be meeting up with your twin flames soon. There's a convergence of timelines, which is more than just a crossing of paths. It is an imbuing. It is a becoming. All of these timelines are converging into one timeline, and anything that is not in alignment with God's plan is going to be knocked off. You've solved the puzzle of what has been happening in the home, in the sacred space, in the haven. And we're going to silence the clown. The clown might be trying to be quiet right now. They've dominated this space for a long time. They're complaining about the silencer. They're losing the clairs because the clairs never belonged to them. They weren't supposed to be. These clowns were not supposed to be in these upper dimensional spaces. They had a gatekeeper that was harvesting the true intuitives that were truly source connected and coming into this ascension. They were transferring through brutalization and red rumming tactics at the crossroads the soul value of the graduate, of the initiate, into their copycat. And now night is falling on that. It's the end. You brought forward information of every trashy thing that they had been doing in the shadows, and you showed it right to God, and you said, look, look. And all of the divine masculines, your twin flame that had been bamboozled by these assholes, so the magician who is living high on the hog by sacrificing loving energies into the shadows took a gamble with you. But your distant twin flame from another parallel dimensional space was guiding you, and now the walls are closing in because you have removed the walls built by cultural differences. These midnight gremlins are not able to resist fate. They are feeling broken and shattered. This entity that was chasing after your identity and your ascension is feeling broken and shattered. They don't want to chase anymore. They're very cruel. Yes, they are. Every cruel thing that had been done to this woman that this POS was trying to steal the identity of, every cruel thing, every mean, brutalizing, painful, destructive thing meant to destroy her that was done to her will be done to you. This is the reward that you chased after, and it's what you're going to get. Anybody trying to help these people are going to take on their karmic debt. I would just advise against it. We've got the Ace of Cups. They were trapping the Ace of Cups, your love, into a marriage contract. They were using that Ace of Cups loving energy to do magic, to destroy other people using your energetic signature. They've missed the deadline to get a sacrifice. They were not able to get a proper rose. They needed a Sagittarius. It wasn't going to happen. This whole family is drinking now to cope with this. They're being lit up. They're being lit on fire by God. They're getting recycled because there's no light in them. They were pretending the whole time. You are irreplaceable. The way you love can't be matched. They were trying to pretend to be you, but they're not you. They're a drinker, a partier, a hoe bag, a thief, a rotten thinker. They hate people. They're not you. So they're getting divorced out of your light. They are heartbroken because you're not messed up in the head. They can't feed on you. And you triumphed over this challenge by these nasty collective of hoe bags by yourself. Of course, you went inside and connected with God, so it wasn't necessarily by yourself, but you certainly didn't have any human family helping you. They were definitely trying to stick you down. So those who were battling with you, trying to be you, are in grief now. They're getting laid to rest. Their life is in the shredder. The contract is broken. Divine intervention, serendipity is here. They sacrificed the wrong one, and God said, whoa, what do we got here? So those who were thieving you, abusing you, are getting rejected by the twin flames. The fertility, we will not be breeding with or doing magic with any energy of a twin flame with these ones. They left you in isolation. There is evidence of this while you were there by yourself. You did some investigation. You looked for a lot of evidence, and you found a lot of evidence of these nasty entities who thought it was great fun to shit in your face. So the King of Swords now knows the truth. He is a loving child of the Most High God. He is a beloved child of the Most High. They may see that you are twin flame, a beloved child of the Most High. The illusions no longer work. The copycat wasn't able to duplicate you. You have escaped, and they are crushed by the weight and the burden of the reality. The phantoms that they called forth from that book have done a boomerang effect. They're going back onto them. This wrath that they called forth to bury you is now on them. Their opportunity to gamble with you, to put you at risk, is being stopped. They're receiving the message. There's call records, messaging records, communications records. There's all kinds of records. So all of the communication is being stopped. They gambled with your energy by calling forth a phantom from the other side. And they're going to be getting the wrath because those phantoms are being turned back onto them. God has divinely guided the zombies that had been called up out of the grave to go attack these ones. God is in command of the phantoms, of the zombies. And yes, they are cruel. They thought it was real funny when they were coming after you. Their values were all about money. They got paid to try to destroy you. And they did destroy many. Over the many centuries that this has been going on, these nasty Jacks and Jezebels have been having a great time. They got their heaven first, while you got your hell first. And now they get to have hell while you get heaven. They tried to stop you at the crossroads, and God was listening to every argument that man had. You're getting your Two of Cups, Divine Feminine. You're getting your new contract. These people made a small offering, and you had to push that love up the hill on your own, while you were being dominated by the pet cemetery, freaking the living dead. And it could very well be that they are in grief now because they are being dominated by those phantoms that they called up out of there. They're being dominated by your alliances, those who have chosen to work with you. Their strategy was to mind F you, to have you seen as insane, and now they're being separated from you. They could be spying from some online community. They may be spying right now. We're getting a new chapter. You got a rebirth here. Marriage, eternal love. Woo-hoo. Infinity, forever love. It's going to be wonderful. Why? Because even when you were in a 10 of Wands, a 10 of Swords, a whole big bunch of nasty, freaking, disgusting energy trying to bury you into this vile space, you shined. You shined and you got your shine on. You're getting a new chapter. Why? Because after centuries of being tortured to death, you're still love. You're still love. heart open, compassionate, caring. So you are love. You, even in the worst of times, in your weakest state, you did not become malice. You did not become vengeful. You did not become evil-minded, like you wanted to go destroy somebody's life. You didn't become that. You went inside, you found the internal universe, and you reached out, connected with God, and you started building and fortifying that relationship, and here you are, ready to graduate. Because of all the work that you have done, you're getting eternal love for proving yourself stable and capable while in the utmost challenging position. Over and over again, you've proved your ability to remain love, even while these ones tortured you. Speaking now, they could very well come in and do it again. But guess what? We're still speaking about our love for God. Mother, Father. So those people, they don't belong to God's family. Their genetics or their DNA is not royal, or from this upper dimensional space. They're going to go to prison. You graduating up and actually coming through the doors of this ascension is going to make very, very clear who the copycats are and who the real ones are. You're going to be able to see them very clearly. And that's why they've been keeping you away from that space for a long time, because they've been siphoning the wealth, the spiritual inheritance out of the actual divine beings, and then forcing them back into a state of stagnation while they claim the identity and the role in this upper space. But they've been effing everything over. They can't take care of or nurture anything because they're hoe bag Jezebels, gigolos. And they just want to F, be grand, have important statuses and plaques on the wall. So they're getting cast out. They're getting thrown away. They got to get off Earth. They got to get off of the planet Earth that belongs to the rose. The land belongs to the people, not these whoring, pimping parasites. They got to get out. Get off. Get out of the house of the rose. Get out of the house of the rose. You're no longer able to steal the irreplaceable love from the pure divine roses. These dead ones are not going to be able to take that anymore. It's done. No more. This is the end of their relationship with batteries. In the words of the Most High, it's over. They will not be getting fed anymore. Secrets. It could be that the rose hasn't told everything yet. Maybe the rose doesn't know everything yet. Haven't told you everything. It could be that the rose, the sacrifice rose, century after century after century, doesn't know the full story of the cruelty that has befallen this soul. But these ones know. They know. They know what they did, and they know what's coming back. They're in a Seven of Swords energy trickery. They were tricking people into marriage contracts, and then they were running away from it. They're running away now because you broke through the curse. You broke through. You're shining brightly. Everybody's having a freaking identity crisis because it's obviously you, and they're getting an ultimatum from the other side, or the other side is getting an ultimatum for bringing conflict to you and your heart bond. You were able to remain balanced. It's a miracle considering the history that has been done to you. We've got daydreaming. You may have always daydreamed or longed for your love, which just never came because you were separated by a mirror, some freaking parallel dimensional separation. I don't doubt it, Timothy. Because they were doing they do dream magic. So you've persevered through the challenges. You were able to maintain control over your mind. You didn't go insane. You didn't feed into it, and you did not accept it as your own mental rhetoric. You knew that it was an interference, and it was just something that you had to patiently monitor while you experienced it. So you did. These people ran insanity through you, and they ghosted you. They detached from you. They left you here in this space, and then they said that you were that. This false flame tried to blame you, and now they're being condemned. Like everybody's putting up their hand. They're like, you're not a real flame. Get the hell out of here. And that's what they wanted you to be seen as. But they were wearing a social mask. They were pretending to be somebody that they weren't. And now they're having some unexpected news. Something big is happening here, and they cannot run away from it. They cannot run away from it. So dinner will no longer be your seeds. It will no longer be your children. It will no longer be your business idea, your loving thoughts, anything that you're here to create. They will no longer be feeding on anything that you are producing or manifesting or generating. They are the new fodder. They will be consumed. Because you escaped. You escaped. So this Knight of Swords is coming. They're thinking fast. They're like, oh no, they got to try to defend the beliefs. Like, why did they treat you like such shit? And the problem with this is that you don't miss them. I mean, like, they were so freaking nasty. Look at this. I'm the man. I got my sword. I'm going to cut you to pieces, bitch. Get down, right? So, yeah, now they want to come in and they want to say, oh, no. Oh, freaking no. But the problem is that she don't miss you, nasty. You did too much in the history. You did too freaking much. You signed up for this and she wound up being this. And you're not part of it. The only thing you did was prove to her that she was perfectly capable of success, of surpassing all of these nasty little magician hoe bags on her own, united with the source creator, the universe inside. Yeah, nasty Jack, these freaking nasties, they're not necessary. They're simply not necessary. God's going to give the divine feminine a new masculine. These guys are a failed experiment. They freaking genetically modified themselves thinking they were going to be all great, and they wound up just being an intelligent animal that doesn't have empathy or the ability to love. They freaking spliced themselves right out of God's family, and they're treating divine feminine as though she's the antidote. Why? Because she still has love in her. They need that love in order to gain access to God's wealth. Unfortunately, they've been feeding the divine feminine to Leviathan, and now Leviathan is going to get frozen. Cryogenics, deep freeze. All that water is going to turn to freaking ice. All that water is turning to ice. There will be a solidification of the water of Leviathan. They missed their opportunity. They missed their opportunity. And it's an unexpected outcome. They're feeling overwhelmed and stressed out. They didn't appreciate you at all. And they are unworthy of a conversation. Even a conversation. They're unworthy of it. They're hurting from the damn damage that they did to you. They sabotage their own self by leaving you alone. They're really feeling your absence. Why? Because you were the one processing and transmuting all of this shit. And now they have to deal with it. They're hurting. It's cruel. What they did to you is cruel. They're really feeling your absence. You were the one that was making it okay for these third parties who now desperately need the forgiveness of somebody who has love in them. No. The truth has been revealed, and everything they did to the loving ones is being done to them now. They tried to steal your destiny, and they made mistakes, and now they don't know what to do. Because there's still things to resolve, unfinished business. They're being held back from soul contracts. They have no roots. They have no fruit. They got to go into the dark and they got to sprout those freaking roots. They got to transform through the chrysalis and they got to reach up and gather their crown. They cannot pretend it by stealing it from somebody who's done the work. This reflection is going back into the shadow side for the neglect that they put on their responsible families, those who they were trapping into marriage contracts and then giving them neglect. Yeah, they thought it was a real great thing, but they could not separate you from the love of the divine. And they're confused by it. They thought for sure that you would be crushed, an actual literal puddle of piss. All alone. People are gossiping about the lies that were told about you while you were left alone, abandoned. There's an understanding of the habitual patterns now that these people have been doing to soul ties. They've been betraying love. You are in reunion here. The twin flames are coming together in reunion, and these others are on their way out. They have to get off the planet. They're in disagreement about this detachment. And that's too bad. They were running away from commitment. They ran away from it. They didn't want it. They wanted to be a passionate hoe bag. And now they want to fix the connection with somebody who didn't give up hope. But this egotistical person was unsatisfied with what you had to offer. And now it's too late for them to take any action because they have been found guilty of trying to destroy you, of betraying you, of draining you of every good and beneficial thing, and then framing you as a terrorist, as a whore, as a prostitute, as somebody who was not worthy or reliable or worthy of this ascension. They lied bad, they did not care, and now they have the freaking audacity to cry about the cruelty that is coming back on them. All of this wrath that the divine feminine mother had to endure while being forced to serve them from her spiritual bank account. Centuries. All of these magicians and their little hoe bags came and targeted these divine feminine mother figures and brutalized them. She's not required to serve them anymore. God said that she was too forgiving. And they're going to get what they deserve. And this is the end of their relationship with batteries. They're not going to be pulling forward the energy of love or passion and doing magic to hurt people anymore. They got to get off the planet. They're not welcome here. We do have stragglers in these upper dimensional spaces who are there falsely. They need to be investigated. They need to be pointed out. They need to be found and removed. They're very upset that their attempt to keep you, twin flame, from your ascension that God has given you with this rainbow covenant, and they have been discovered. Now, since they've been discovered, they get to squeal and tell on everybody who has taken part in this system. So the investigation continues. Today, there is supposed to be a transfer. They have been talking about 60% of the people. I don't know what is going to happen, but there is a transfer happening. It could just very well be that a lot of flesh suits are going to collapse and perish. And whatever spirit from the other side or elsewhere that is in that flesh suit will have to go back to wherever it is they are needing to go. Their frequency alignment, whatever that is. So we are at 20%, and we've been on this for 234 minutes. So I'm probably just going to go ahead and sign off because it's been a while and I'm kind of hungry. I need a pancake or something. Thank you, Stephanie. I like it when people actually say the mother, they turned her into a freaking ghost, as a, perpetual, sorrowful, tearful, suffering mother figure. They love it when she just stands there, forever crying. But God's done with that. He's done with the mothers being treated as though they are trash, when they are the gatekeeper for every form of life that comes here. Permission granted or denied comes from the mother. And these nasty magicians have bound that womb and that power for centuries, and the curse has been broken. These ones think they're going to have to put up with the Marys for a while, which are the mothers. No, I got another thing to say about that. No, their idea of their own personal grandiose freaking delusion of authority is over. Because they're frauds, and God can see it very clearly. They did not lead anybody to God. They led people through an extreme amount of suffering, and then they stopped them at the crossroads and harvested their initiate reward. Put them back through for another lifetime of scarcity while commanding that reward and that authority and convincing the world that this divine mother was shit. So these men who have been calling the mother shit and calling up phantoms out of their little books, their little boogeyman books, they're going to get the wrath of God. And they are the new fodder. Those who've been feeding on the mother will be fed upon. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and shut this one off. I hope you all have a wonderful afternoon. It's actually quite beautiful outside, but I don't want to go out there because I know it's cold. I'm just going to stay right in here where the fire is. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, Baker. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you. So, what is that? Hold on, where did you go? Did I miss it? In 2 hours. Thanks for all the hearts, everybody. I really like seeing them float up like that. Thank you, Jem. I'm so glad that the reading was helpful. That's my only intention. I did this for about a year for my own while Spirit led me to do it because, I was getting messed with by these people. So one night, Spirit said, try to just pull some cards. So I did, and it's like all of a sudden, I felt better because the cards showed me that it really wasn't as bad as the nasty unseen masculines were trying to make it seem. So it really helped me, and that's really the only reason that I do share it here with you is because Spirit led me to do it for myself, and it helped me out so much. And I thought, well, maybe if it helps me, it'll help you others too, because I know I'm not the only one who's been severely attacked and kind of dragged through the loop-de-loop. Oh, what card would I have for you? A card. U7RYPL. Thank you. Please give me a card and let me know if they're going to win by my boyfriend leaving and me getting evicted. Um, we got a narcissist. U7RUPL. We got a narcissist here. Somebody's too full of themselves. I don't know what that means to you, but you asked for a card and that's the card I got. You're welcome. You're welcome, Jeanette. Thank you. What is an OF? Ben Dominic. What is an OF? Thank you, Hope Outreach. I appreciate that. Thank you, Marvel Bliss. Zapak, I haven't done personals. I haven't done that. I haven't actually explored into that territory yet. Thank you, M. Electra. I really appreciate all of you. I found that I really like these live feeds with you. It's nice. Was I supposed to apply for the last job or should I wait? Well, you know, all I can say is if your soul is telling you to apply for a job, then maybe you should, because I can tell you from experience, you could apply for 60 jobs and if you're lucky, get one response. You know? It does require work. Anytime we want to take a step forward, we usually have to take 60 freaking steps forward before one actually sticks, you know? Crazy zombies. Crazy zombie apocalypse. Oh my gosh. Z-Pack, okay, yeah, maybe someday I'll offer it. I might. OnlyFans, oh, thank you. I don't know, I'm not up on the lingo. I appreciate it when I can learn stuff. I'm grateful that y'all share your knowledge with me. From Maryland, woohoo! Need to move, any suggestions? Follow your heart. Listen to your soul, because that's silver corded to Source Creator. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. Let's see here. I got this card for you. Where'd you go? Beta Amelia, do you think it was a missed opportunity? This is the card that I got for you. Cycles. One thing ends and another thing begins. Thank you, Benjamin. All right, everybody. Well, we're at 16%. I guess I better shut this phone off and go stick it back on the charger. Take care. Thanks for being here, everybody. See you next time.